And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. Through him, 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 through him. You and me, one, you and me, you and
seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the hit, that the crown sheet soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like organs. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, that the crown sheet soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Shaking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Get it.
Welcome everyone to MSI 2023 live from the Copper Box Arena in London. Today is LEC's second shot at taking down the LCK Overlords as the Mad Lions are facing none other than T1. Hello everyone, I'm Shox, joined by the wonderful Emily and Azael, who are new recruits to our desk, so give them an applause, please. Yeah.
You're doing great, Azael.
Oh, thank you, you too.
Participation award. Let's hope I get some good analysis or I
Just
kick
like
you right
the
out.
LEC.
Hey, you haven't played yet, so this is the only time you can say that. I'll allow it. But hey, speaking of, talk to me about yesterday's series, Azael.
I mean, honestly, it came out looking like it was going to be extremely one-sided after the first two games, but G2, I have to give them a lot of credit. They battled back. Game 3 was very strong. They were able to take that one. And when you look even to Game 4, I thought they were in a winning position. You know, I was starting to think, hey, maybe they're going to push it to Game 5. Maybe they can make some magic happen. So I think there's a lot to be proud of for G2, especially coming from what was one of the most dominant international games I've ever seen in Game 2 against them. You know, they really did bounce back well.
You're optimistic.
I mean, I think, yeah, like, G2 performed better than I myself had expected. They did have a good, in my opinion, stylistic matchup into Gen G. The cool thing I saw from Gen G, though, was not only some of these team fights here, but also the fact that we saw them kind of really want to style on their opponents, which isn't necessarily how I would characterize Gen G watching them in the regular season. So it was like really cool to see, like, for example, Doran just be like, yeah, lock me in the field.
Yeah.
Like, I'm set. Like, let's go.
I mean, they were playing super confident. You know, Chovy even in game 3, you know, trying to actually chase past Caps, trying to get the kill in the 1v2. Like, they definitely were feeling themselves, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of confidence, and I think that's great to see. They are the first seed coming out of the LCK. They've got very high expectations of their shoulders. Maybe we can pull the bracket back up because we didn't really get to talk about it. Because if you're not familiar with the new format, we will have G2 falling down to the lower bracket, and Gen G will go on to face the winner of today's game. So we could get a rematch of the final, or we could get Gen G mad. But I think just like yesterday, we should temper our expectations for that.
Yes.
Yeah. Probably, definitely. We'll see what happens though, and let's see if G2's performance yesterday instilled some faith in our fans, some copium for our MasterCard fan predictions. I don't think so. But
T1 is too popular. It's not fair.
No. I mean, I feel like it's also rooted in a lot of realism, the fact that it played out this way. As we see, oh, it's like a choo-choo train. And a massage.
Ooh,
You're getting a massage.
He's looking relaxed.
Yeah, is that a Mad Lion scarf? Someone was telling me how they put like one on him or something. It is. Interesting. Cool. You guys have nothing to say about this?
No, I mean, it's exciting. It's exciting to see T1 here, right? They've had such a string of solid performances when you come to national. You know, the expectations are extremely high for them. Carzzy is showing off.
Whoa.
That
reminds me of that.
I don't think I could do that.
Something from
Well,
Fnatic.
they're getting pumped up. Niski's doing jumping jacks.
Don't tire yourself out. You're gonna.
They're like completely opposites. Like FLICKR looks like he's asleep. He's getting a massage. They're just getting pumped up on the other side.
In any case, if you weren't happy with the vote each day, you can also head over to @MasterCardNexus on Twitter to participate to help skew those votes a little bit. But let's get into the matchup of the day. T1 versus the Mad Lions. Mad Lions, the first seed coming out of the LEC. T1, the second seed coming out of the LCK. And let's start with Mad because they were hated, vilified. People did not want them to go. They were so angry. I've never seen anything like it.
One of the weirdest things watching like Mad make their run to this MSI was watching the fan reaction being like, no, stop winning.
Well, I feel like everyone at first was just, oh, they're just going to qualify on championship points. It's so undeserved. They're just going to fail like always internationally. But they really did defy expectations. You know, they had a really strong winter regular split, and then they got 3-0 in the finals. People saying, just like normal. But then you come into the spring split, they had a very weak regular season. They had to actually win a tiebreaker to even get into groups. But then from there, they fell to lower bracket. They won 2 best-of-3s. They won 3 best-of-5s, including taking down G2 and a reverse sweep in the finals. And they well and truly earned their right to be here representing LEC as the #1 seed. So I think it's a really impressive run, especially when it felt like the whole community was kind of against them.
Yeah, you can't say that they didn't deserve it, but this was really interesting. Looking at the amount of best-of-5s they had to play to get here comparatively to Worlds last year.
Yeah, I was going to say, how many best-of-5s they had to play to get to Worlds last year, which I think added towards this kind of backlash against the team was 0, right? And then they did not perform super well at Worlds. Meanwhile, this is their road to this mid-season invitational, and coupling, like obviously people will talk about the championship points, but this run, to your point, Azelle, is really impressive. Like, they were doubted at every turn. I remember going into BDS series, people were predicting BDS over them as well. And it was really cool to see them step up and kind of prove everyone wrong.
Absolutely, and I think as you say there, they don't have the best track record when it comes to international performances, and they're up against it here as well, I think, like, you know, the other European team, G2. So maybe all the craziness that happened in them to make it to MSI, maybe it will continue here. Maybe it won't. But let's hear from the LEC champions ahead of the series as Lore is standing by with Mac in the Verizon Game Day interview.
And we're back in the backstage area at MSI 2023 for the Verizon Game Day interview, joined by Mac, head coach of Mad Lions today. Thank you for joining me ahead of today's game.
Thank you very much.
Big day for Mad Lions, but before we talk about this, people didn't expect to see you here. I really liked the reaction video, the apology video. Honestly, really well thought. But tell me about the public perception and how you worked around this. Is it fueling you guys more? How do you take what the community has been throwing at you? Like,
I mean, I think a good coach's job is to take whatever the world throws at you, you know, and find some way to turn that into motivation and team spirit, right? So whether it's good perception or bad perception or whatever it is, that's kind of my job to craft it into a narrative for us and a narrative that stays within our team about what like what we believe about ourselves. And I definitely think that, you know, if the world's narrative is very different to yours, then that can create like a feeling of solidarity between the players.
But how do you reflect on what they've been thinking? I mean, it's not deserved, of course, because if you got there, you deserve to be here. But yeah, how are the players handling it also?
Really well, really well. I mean, you know, I don't blame anyone for thinking that we weren't going to win, right? Like, and that's the beauty of sports, right? Is that unexpected things happen, and that's why it's such an amazing story. Like, you know, it wouldn't be an incredible story like what we did, making all the way from like tiebreaker for top 8 to winning finals, if it were easy to do, right?
Yeah.
Like, it takes a lot of mental resilience, and it takes a lot of kind of camaraderie and togetherness and unity within the team. It takes a strong identity, and I'm just really happy that we managed to build those things together.
It was an amazing run, and riding the momentum at the right time and catching it at the right time also is what makes teams successful. But focusing on today, if I'm not mistaken, you were part of the coaching staff with Splice when you guys faced SKT back in 2019 in quarterfinals. Rematch again today as the head coach. How special is it when you have to face T1 and the likes of this Korean team?
So special. I don't know if people saw our reaction video, but we were literally like screaming like T1, T1, T1. And when it got announced, we were so happy. I'm a bit gutted that G2 is on our side of the bracket as well. Like, that sucks, but that's life. But no, I think it's an honor to play against such a storied org again. And I mean, last time we played against them, we kind of got like choked out. And it felt very suffocating playing against them. I think today's going to be different. I think we're a much more mentally resilient team now than we were 4 years ago, right? So I'm really excited for it.
It's going to be a really interesting matchup and a lot of different systems playstyle. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how it's going to come up on the Rift. Mac, thank you so much. I'll let you guys focus with the boys. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
And back to you, Shox.
Thank you so much. I love how the questioning is not like, well, you know, what are the realistic chances to beat him? But it's like, isn't it fun? It's great to play for FLICKR. Look at us. How are we here? Yeah, but let's talk about T1 a little bit more because they are such a historic organization in League of Legends and so successful at that. But when it comes to the finals, as of late,
there's some fans here.
There are some fans for T1. It hasn't just worked out the way they wanted.
Yeah, so obviously the thing that people have been bringing up going into this tournament, which I think is kind of a specious argument, but T1 have lost 4 consecutive finals, so 2 domestic, 1 at MSI last year, and then obviously the final against DRX at Worlds. So I think they are really hungry to prove themselves because they are still a favorite at this event. This is such a fun team. Look at that. Non-finals, 139 wins to 38 losses. That's ridiculous.
This is like the most first world problem ever, though. It's like, oh, we just keep making all these finals. You know, it's like, obviously they're doing incredible to even get to all these finals consistently internationally and regionally when there's such a high level of competition.
Yeah, this format is also excellent for them because there's a ton of non-finals,
there's
best
upper
of 5,
bracket final,
and then
lower
there's
bracket
a ton
final,
of finals
there's grand
as well.
final. They got so much practice.
Also, I'm a very glass half full kind of person, and I like to look at this story as they came together in spring 2022, and they've been on the precipice of winning a huge final since then consistently. It's taking just one more nudge in my mind for them to just open the floodgates and go on a winning spree. Will it be here? Who knows?
Could be.
Could be. Mysterious. Now in the bot lane, it's a battle between the mad scientist supports as Hylissang and Keria are facing off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Nobody can guess what's going to happen in this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. All we know is that it will be a banger. The Professor Hylissang will take on one of the greatest of all time, Keria.
Keria is going to flash play. There's the ulti from Henry, finds the hook though. Henry is the priority. He's going to be taken down. The prison's a bit late.
Both have stood at the peak of League of Legends competition and come up short, fueling their drive further for an international win. With a seemingly endless champion pool, Keria stands as the clear favourite. But the Professor has gone mad, and with Elyoya by his side, Hylissang can truly be unlocked on the map. Hylissang with the Magnus Storm, the Slice Master coming out, with the explosive cast is anti-synergy!
For the 3rd time, MAD are your LEC champions!
That image of Hilly.
He's cooking.
Trophy, it's cool. And then here we've got the chef versus the professor. I mean, it just tells their stories adequately.
Absolutely. Sometimes he's cooking up something brilliant. Sometimes he's cooking up some Twitch support.
It's crazy. And of course, Hylissang has also cooked up some crazy things, especially in terms of like itemization and rune choices in the past. So the LCK community has dubbed him as the professor in the beginning as well. And as you say it, for Keria, Emily, it's really all about what will be played by this madman.
Yeah.
And usually we have a graphic for this, but it didn't fit, so...
Where's
was
Emily?
so
Where'd she go?
Yeah, I would help out, because this is like, Hilly...
Yeah. So this is,
shared,
for people that don't know, this
also-
is
Carrier.
shared champions
Even more.
between Hilly and Carria, and
Yeah.
then also how they play. You actually
All of
see
Carria's
the shared champions
all of Hilly's
are here.
champions, all
Yeah.
the shared champions.
Also, nah.
Yeah, get her out of here.
Yumi.
I think another cool thing to point out is like we've talked about kind of, or like the stats hinted at this as well, the stylistic differences between these two players. Like I feel like Hillsang wants to get out of lane as quickly as possible. He wants to roam around the map. You see like a few engaged supports here, like the Pyke, like the Rel. Meanwhile, one of the reasons why Carrie was playing a lot of these champions was because they were just destroying bot lane, and they wanted anything with push, and they were really leaning into his incredible mechanical ability.
And I feel like the supports also just inform the playstyles and perhaps also the juxtaposition of playstyles of these two teams.
Absolutely, and I think that's why it's going to be such a hard matchup for Mad, is how T1 plays. You know, Mad is really about the core three to me, about Hillsong, about Niski, about Alyoya, how they move around the map, and they're really playing bot lane as a weak side bot lane. Karzi's often left on his lone to survive. And when you compare that with T1, who is so bot lane centric, so dominant with Guma and Carria, that they will just run you over. So the big question is, will Mad try to match that strength in the bot lane, or will they still say, Karzi, you're on your own, we're going to get out of there, and we're going to try to dominate elsewhere?
Yeah, I'm super curious about that because, like you said, it is about that three. Niski has always been a kind of mid laner. We've talked about how he makes his junglers look good, right? He is a jungler's mid laner, and then Alyoya just individually is having a phenomenal, like, come up, kind of. He's been playing out of his mind even when Mad themselves didn't look super good as a team. But by contrast, T1 are just so dominant. Like, this is not, I feel like people still characterize them as like the super slow-paced team, and this team has not been that for so long. This is such a fun team. They want to dominate you early. They pick into that. Here's a fight from the game-winning fight in the KT series, which was absolutely nuts, still breaks my heart as a KT fan. Here's Guma just absolutely styling on them, and this is the big thing with him because I feel like people kind of dropped him in estimation based on his, like, compared to expectations, subpar performance at last year's MSI. But he is so good, not only in lane, but in team fights, like you just saw, and such a massive component of their wins.
And this is only one of many factors that's going against the Mad Lions, I think, in this.
Oh!
Of course, luckily we've got some signs that say the opposite, but Azael, as we only have a few seconds, one thing that Mad Lions have to be extremely careful for going into this game.
Ooh, Zeus as well. I mean, Zeus is such a monster in lane, and top lane's so important for Mad. We'll see if they can get it done.
Definitely so. That's all from us here at the desk. Let's kick off another LEC versus LCK clash between the Mad Lions and T1.
저는 이제 다른 팀들이나 다른 사람들이 어떻게 평가하는가는 좀 중요하게 생각하지 않고 그동안 우승을 좀 많이 못했긴 했지만 그것과는 상관없이 저는 이번 MSI에서 역시 저의 발전, 제가 얼마나 발전했는지 확인할 수 있는 그런 좋은 기회라고 생각합니다.
I think for sure we're the underdog in this match. I think T1 players that are very capable and very smart.
6-0 and 2. Carrier, he's not done yet. He picks up the hook.
약간 MSI 참가한 서포터들 다 잘한다고 생각하고 장단점이 있다고 생각하지만 그 중에서도 제가 그래도 제일 잘한다고 생각하고.
I think Carrier is probably the most talented player. At least in support role, is maybe not as creative as me.
Waiting for that fight, Dredge line connected, Hilly flashes forward, gets a multi-man knockup.
이번 MSI에서 제 실력을 보여드릴 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다. May the best one lane win.
My aspirations is always to win. Don't underestimate me.
저 자신이 어떤 모습을 보일지 좀 더 기대를 두고 싶습니다. You will awaken the demon.
London! It's time for the next clash at MSI 2023 from the LEC, the Mad Lions and Korea's T1. Hello, B's, G's, and NBs. Welcome to the Caster Desk. My name is QuickShot, and I'm joined by Koblar as well as Chronicler. The Mad Lions taking on T1. Gentlemen, they're making their first game debut here at MSI 2023. And Chronicler, what do you call an emperor without a crown? I call him T1.
I'm not going to fall for it.
I'm
not going to fall for it.
He's got to get his licks in now
before the match starts.
Exactly.
So, how many international finals have you made recently?
So let's move on. Pick some bears.
Let's settle down, boys. Settle down.
Mad Lions picked blue side. They won the coin toss, and no surprise here at all. Chronicler, we talked extensively about Lucian not making it to the ban pool.
Yeah, the Lucian, not a surprise at all. I really like the Nidalee as well, even though there is a running gag for T1 that owner generally doesn't get to play Nidalee. The meta right now has looked very good for it, and he is extremely adept at it. Given T1's aggressive playstyle, great choice.
And from the side of T1 bans here, I was looking at the Rakan for sure. Hillisang, they did a great segment on the desk talking about all the picks between these two supports. But for the last 12 games, Rakan has been permabanned versus the Mad Lions. They're not letting Hilly get his hands on it.
And notably, the Jace, even though I think the pick hasn't really been very high priority, is of course one of Zeus's most iconic champions. Not gonna be taken here as well. And the Gragas ban is something that FLICKR initially brought out in 2023, but was used by great efficiency by Niski.
So do they care about Chasey's Kennen pick as well? That one has drawn a lot of bans. They're going to go for jungle instead. No Vi here for that point-and-click lockdown.
Well, that Kennen just, by the way, 8 games played for Chasey. 8 wins for Chasey, and it has been one of the tournament-defining picks. It's Harvard, it's Interlocked.
And we saw this yesterday. Gen.G did this as well. They left open the cannon, was picked up repeatedly, and I'm wondering what the response is going to be. A lot of the comfort picks that usually we see T1 go for, like the Gnar, not as good into the cannon. The K'Sante, though, has come up. Even though the laning matchup isn't great, a lot of LCK teams have used this as a deterrent, and the ability for the K'Sante to mark cannon in team fights and get him away from the backline as soon as possible has worked out for some teams, not so much for others.
Yeah, the K'Sante, very popular in all regions. In fact, quite the versatile top laner up there. And the Aphelios for Gumayushi. Looks like this one is going to get locked in. Massive, massive pick for him as an individual. Huge, huge plays. And Guma, speaking of the differences between previous MSI and this MSI, huge glow up for him. He seems to be now the most reliable player on this team. And while you usually want to pair this with Thresh, watching Champions Queue, Keria also has been spamming his Tahm Kench, which is one of the most safe Tahm Kenches in the world. So they have a couple options to pair with that Aphelios.
Particularly given that with the Annie, and especially if they log this in, Mad is playing extremely aggressive here. I think the power of a Kench can be very, very strong. Additionally, Carry is one of the most aggressive Kench. He's actually, if you haven't seen it yet, and you think Tahm Kench is boring, he will try to convince you otherwise.
I mean, Keria and boring are not two words you'll ever hear in the same sentence. I will say this, Annie, obviously for it being somewhat of a flex pick, Niski has only played that game once. It was a victory. Hylissang does have 20+ games on that champion, so will be some flexibility in where they want to pop that down with the Lulu now being locked in. Very intrigued to see whether or not the Kazi champion pool is going to be banned. I think, you know, Kobe, we were talking backstage about how Kazi into Guma might be one of the biggest mismatches as far as these two teams are concerned.
Yeah, especially with the different focuses of these two teams, with Mad Lions having so much focus towards the top side of the map and having Hilly roam. We'll see if they actually get that in this first game of the series with the Blitzcrank banned out here, trying to ban away some of the playmakers here from him.
Yeah, also see that T1 also isn't sure yet where this Annie is going to go, so Mad does provide themselves with some flexibility here. But I am wondering, because if the Jinx does end up being picked up, we have seen the Aphelios play more and more aggressive into the Jinx matchup. Saw an example of that yesterday as well, and it will be the Ahri ban finally coming through here.
So versus Owner here, to wrap up the jungle bans, he has played a lot of Viego compared to a lot of the European junglers, so maybe Viego, the Wukong still up. A lot of options here still.
I mean, a lot of Viego. 39 games out of the 250 on Viego, the second most played champion for Owner. Lissandra as well as Ahri were the final two bans. So with the Ahri being banned out, maybe assuming that Hylissang is going to be piloting that Annie in the bottom lane, Nautilus is locked in, so Nautilus mid for FLICKR.
Looking likely here. Wouldn't put it past T1 to go for some crazy shenanigans, but picking up the tech that G2 debuted. Really high prioritization on that, as we saw in play-ins.
I think the word debut is strong for me. I think Doinby debuted it.
Okay, in recent times.
Recently, and we get Zaya and Pike, the professors in the building.
Yes, yes, this is the one thing we wanted the most. Have some spicy support picks here. Hilly locks in his Pike. That's the playmaker that we want. That's the roamer that Mad need to get excited about.
And T1, they're going all in on Guma here. This is a full-on, particularly if this gets locked in, composition that is centered around keeping him safe and making sure that he can carry the team fight.
Good luck with that one, because this Pike is now going to be okay, very quickly. 37 professional games for Hylissang on Pike, 70% win ratio. Incredibly impactful. Kobe, let's zoom out. Tell me what you see from these comps and how they want to win.
I mean, just as you're talking about, you know, all the focus being on Guma here and this Aphelios, he's going to be what wins you the team fights, but they lock in the Kha'Zix, the recently buffed up assassin jungler here for Owner. So super excited to see him. Whenever you have a meta and there's so many of these playmaking mid laners, you have to think they're going to start throwing in these carry junglers, and the balance team was so kind to buff up the Kha'Zix and the Nidalee just in time to pair with all these Gragas, Nautilus, Cassante mid players. So now we get to see FLICKR and Owner. FLICKR and Owner, baby. Nautilus, Kha'Zix.
And it's really important here for T1 that Guma stays on parity, because I do think the composition can struggle. If that 80 carry falls behind, they will be lacking damage. For Mad, it's kind of the opposite. They have damage in spades, but if they can't actually get to Guma, or they fall too far behind early, they can really struggle against all the CC that T1 has.
I mean, that's what we really need to see, because coming into this match, in terms of how Mad Lions have played domestically, it has been very focused around that top half of the map. Alyoya has got the highest jungle proximity around his mid lane of any remaining jungler. We know he likes to set Chasey up. First pick Kennen means it's going to be an interesting start to this game, as well as Alyoya playing that Lee Sin. So London, ladies and gentlemen, everybody else, let's get into map 1. Summoner's Rift of this best of 5. Winner advances to face Gen G. And the loser will drop down to the lower bracket. Straight out of the gate, Kobe Mad Lions are making a mad dash to the bottom lane.
And the Professor has a sweeper. Pike with sweeper start here for Hylissang. 5 members bottom. They're going to make a hard push into the blue quadrant here for T1.
Of course, you can see there Mercedes-Benz featured matchup between these two respective bottom laners, Keria and Hylissang. Hylissang's definitely the man to keep your eye on, because then you combo him with the Annie, with the Kennen, with anything that the Lee Sin is going to do. Obviously, huge impact. And of course, for Mad Lions, if they do get that snowball rolling, they've got that damage, they can burn through everything T1 puts in front of them.
And the difficult thing is, whenever you're running a champion like this, if you're trying to find those roam windows for Hilly, then you kind of have to first get some sort of pressure in bottom lane, you know, some jungle or mid ganks or something down there to be able to give you those timing openings and some time here for Hilly to work his magic. Otherwise, in lane, Guma and Keria will be a scaling.
And that is something that I think T1 is going to look towards when it comes to keeping Haley in lane. And when we look at what Gula and Carry have been able to do domestically, even after the AD carry support kind of ran out of meta, it was their laning prowess, which I think was one of the biggest pressure points that they could rely on, one of their biggest weapons when they did play against Gen.G as well. And additionally, I'm looking towards the jungle because Kha'Zix in particular, if he can get ahead with the amount of setup that he has, is huge.
Oh, Bone Skewer connects. Guma's down. 200 hit points. London is going mad. The shield will keep Guma alive, and Kazi steps back. All right, Ghost and Heal traded for Ghost and Ignites.
100% accuracy so far for Hylissang.
Nice.
1 Q, 1 hit, and it's a massive chunk of damage here onto Guma.
Oh, forcing out the flash. Hylissang's training at Guma is the target. I am keeping my eyes on the minimap. Ono started topside, so will be potentially making his path down. If Hylissang and Kazi stick around, they could be in trouble in a few moments.
This is why Hilly, with the most number of international games of anyone on Mad, they have so much trust in him. He always plays with so much confidence. And Guma, because he started Doran's Blade Aphelios with only 1 potion, you got to go back to base.
And if you'll excuse me for the briefest of moments, Mad Lions against any LCK team have only ever secured 3 wins, they've got 11 losses. Hylissang is an individual player, has got 4 wins and 6 losses, and he's looking to set it up again. Level 3, Alyoya. Ona nowhere nearby. Carrier's got the flash, the little zoom. Sonic Wave into the Tempest Cripple and immediately backing away.
But the win here is still there for Matt. They've been able to zone off Guma. He is still level 1. And thanks to the cannon, he's going to get a little bit of this wave. But the aggressive start from Matter is going to put a T1 bot side on the back foot.
It's quite massive here. And we're going to see a wraparound as well. He steals it!
Alyoya, Mad Lions investing a lot of time. So, a little bit not what we're used to seeing from the LEC. Time and presence in the bottom lane. I think when you are playing the Pyke, it makes a lot of sense. Carrier just out of range there of that Bone Skewer, and Niski is in trouble. Got caught by the dredge line. Kazi down to 200. He's still got the flash. Hilly's going for a swim, and it's Guma after the back, after the heal. That's now bullying the bot lane as a mad.
Do want to highlight as well, Niski has had prio for basically the entire game up until this point, which also allows Alyoya, combined with the bot lane prio, to play as aggressive as he did up until now. Guma still being zoned off of the wave here.
Yeah, and the reason why you see teams so often do these types of pressure plays on the bottom side of the map is because that extra reduction in champion damage for the first 5 minutes is not there on bottom side. So not only does he have the CS lead, but they got a turret plate as well, working right through that one with 3 people when the Lee Sin came through to zone them off. Now Niski under attack.
He's got the flash available, will be using it, gets the stun below 100. First blood goes to Mad Lions. Another disintegrate connects. Owner's waiting for the cooldowns. He's managed, got the taste of fear. Down to 200. Alyoya goes away. Sonic Wave in. It's a double for the Lions.
The Mad Lions are popping off in London.
And Owner thought that he flashed over the wall. And as a result, he went in for the flash and immediately regretted this decision.
This team, this Mad Lions, that was 8th place in LEC, and everyone was so worried about squeaking into playoffs, are really showing up early here on the international stage.
Channeling a little bit of that energy that the Golden Guardians has as well, defying all expectations. And for Niski, it is his first professional match against FLICKR. Gets jumped on by Ona, backed up by Alyoya, so this Lee Sin is off to a great start. 2-0. 1,000 gold lead at the 5-minute mark. And as expected, Kennen is continuing to apply pressure in the top lane, but CS numbers are pretty much even across the board. So as we take a look again at this, Chronicler was such a great call out. Ona assuming the flash went over the wall.
And they don't have vision, right? So the moment that Niski flashes here, Owner, having already used his leap, he thinks that he flashed over the wall. So this play from Niski is what wins them the 2v2 and picks up an early double for Alyoya. And in a carry versus carry jungle matchup, particularly when you're Lee, getting an XP lead over Kha'Zix and picking up this much early gold is monumental.
Look at Niski on your screen, very excited, very good start to the game. They need to continue this pace. Make sure they can control the likes of Ona, not allow Gumayushi to scale up. So every time I look at the minimap, I see Alyoya once again on that front foot. I think forward percentage for Alyoya this game is going to be off the charts. If you look at the bottom lane, Flash is not available for Guma. Niski's roaming down. Tibbers is up. And this minion wave is relatively strong. Kobe, I think they're setting up for a dive. They may not even need it. The feathers are available. It's Alyoya that snipes it. Now all of a sudden, Owner's going to be the next target. A gigantic minion wave and Carrier left alone underneath the power. What tastes purple, Hillisang says. The 4th of the game for the Lions.
This is actually immaculate bot half of the map execution from Mad Lions. Super clean plays from Hillisang to set it up on the bottom side, get them pressure, executing in the duels in mid lane as well. They can transition this now into objectives and start stacking their dragons with the bottom pressure. Owner here is looking to steal it though.
That's Owner hopping forward with that leap. Tibbers being helped out. Depth charge thrown. Dragon is helping out T1. Niski gets the shield, gets the bop on the head from Faker. T1 are on the board, flashing away to safety. Alyoya picks up the kill. Now Carrier is left for dead. He flashes over. Alyoya is going to look for the Q. It's on cooldown for now. Carrier escapes. 1 for 1, the Dragon resets.
So T1, they do make the sacrifice and get the 1 for 1 just to stop that Dragon. Now the timing window has passed here since Guma's back in lane. T1's bottom lane is pushing, so you have to reset yourselves as Mad Lions. So T1, they're doing some damage control right now to make sure the kills in the early gold lead doesn't spill over into objectives.
T1 trying to at least get something back here, making use of the window that was prevented by Owner and Faker to get themselves a blade here. And if we do look at the golds, 500 gold deficit right now for Guma, but given the amount of waves that have already been denied to him by Mad Lions, now the end of the world, but this ganks works as well.
Find out a level 6 on Alyoya. No flash available, and Gumia has been jumped on. Will be donated to Kazi. 100% kill participation for Alyoya. And as we said, this game coming in, Mad Lions needed to strike early, and they are doing just that.
He's Gold Drinker.
Yes,
we're 8 minutes in.
8 minutes. Unbelievable sub, 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
We saw the Kennen being locked in first, and immediately went, maybe this Kennen's, we haven't even seen the top lane. They don't exist, Kobe.
I love it because there are two philosophies with how you want to attack a strong opponent. Do you want to actually play to your strength and go to the top side that you've done for so much of the LEC? We're going to see the Rift Herald fight though. Niski ult.
Faker, no flash available. He just gets run down. Another kill secured. I mean, look, the fans here in London are flabbergasted.
And T1 is just scrambling, right? They're so used to being ahead in the early game and having tempo advantage no matter where they go, having the setup advantage. But right now, that's just not the case.
All right, 3 members of T1 in the top lane. Chasey, he's got his flash, he's got his ulti. Here goes Carrier, here goes Guma. Well, that's going on. Tower Place just completely conceded in the middle lane. With Faker's death and no teleport, that's 1 2-plate secured already. A third might also fall.
Yeah, so if we calm down a little bit right now.
I don't want to.
With all of the hype, T1, this is again some more damage control. Here we go, Hilly though.
Owner has found Hilly and just destroys him. Absolutely destroys him. Solo kill there, and that is crucial. Slows down their push, buys some time for other plates in the top lane.
And you have to recognize how smart the damage control from T1 is because they have to get out of that losing situation, so they make the early swap to top side while they've got Aphelios with the white gun here, try and move away from the power and the snowball of Mad Lions and get some turret plates and get some gold back in their favor to try and stabilize a little bit. That also allows Owner to get this pick onto Hilly because they know Hilly just flashed on bottom side trying to get his stun onto Guma. And no flash on Pike means nice kill for Kha'Zix.
And if Owner doesn't get that kill, and I think Mad Lions are able to get this mid lane turret and really take full control of the map. Now T1, it's standing for now. I don't know how long Faker by himself can hold on to this. It's going to be a really tough one. 4K gold deficit here in 10 minutes.
Chronicler, a stiff breeze is going to knock over that mid turret. It's
maybe
so
look at it
low on
angrily.
hit, but that's what the plan is. Well, that's happening as well. The bottom tower is also under siege. So as you mentioned, Chronicler, 4K gold lead. Mad Lions this time will be met with resistance in the bottom lane. Teleport is available for Faker as a potential dive was set up. It's going to end up fizzling. And Niski's now returning back to the middle lane. By the way, Dragon is still standing, so that's that first Drake of the game. It's been heavily delayed. Will not be one of those win conditions. Bone Skewer, sidestep, and Faker will get pulled backwards. He throws out the mine. The Tibbers is dropped. Faker's burning, Dreadsliding! Death from below as Mad Lions get another.
If you don't love Hilly at his int, then you don't deserve Hilly at his kills here. Massive stuff from him. Bottom lane plays over and over and over. And that was our big question at the beginning out of Champ Select. He has been mid lane over and over here. He's making a big difference in the Faker matchup too. getting some extra kills for Nesquik. They get the tower as well. I mean, Mad Lions, they've had some very intelligent plays as well as a lot of extremely well executed plays here versus T1, and that's what you have to keep up.
And what I love from Mad is how incredibly aggressive they are continuously playing. Because as you were saying, Cobri, T1 we're attempting damage control.
Oh, damage control here. Time to go all out. For strikes. Slicing Maelstrom. Chases below 200 and the tower will not help. Zeus with the solo kill.
Important moment here. Getting that Cassante Fat means that maybe that front line can buy some time for the rest of T1 to keep it going.
Chronicler sounds a little bit like Hopium as far as I'm concerned. 1 kill and even CS. It is still a 5,000 gold deficit. This is a phenomenal lead for the Mad Lions. They also picked up the first tower fairly early on in the game. The average MSI to this point is around 14 minutes. They're 3.5 ahead of that curve.
Yeah, what I was saying before Zeus rudely interrupted me with that solo kill is that what I really love from Mad is that they're not really giving T1 a big window to recuperate. It's dive, it started level 1, then it's the flash immediately afterwards, then it's dive, after mid play, and T1 are clearly scrambling.
And then Zeus here with the Q3, able to get it, dashes back in. Needs to build up some hope here for T1. You talked about it, touched about it in Champ Select. It's all going to eventually come back to Gumayusi and this Aphelios possible carry for T1. That's why, you know, Mad Lions for this whole game have been attacking that bottom line, trying to deny him as much money as possible.
I mean, hopefully just before the next engage happens, Bone Skewer's out, that will catch, and that's a route there onto Heli. I do want to highlight 3 mythics already for Elyoya, for Niski, for Kazi. As all of a sudden T1, they smell it, they see what's happening, so they're backing away. No slicing Maelstrom for Chasey, not many minions to work with for T1. Uses that lightning rush away, gets the stun, towers onto Zeus though, Owner's going a little bit low, another stun connects, the tower, not enough, one, lost, shot does it. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but the tower also goes to Mad, so net positive so far. Can T1 do damage in the mid lane?
Yeah, quite good here for T1 to get a turret plate in mid lane, plus they're going to be able to have Kha'Zix push on the top side. They delay a long time in actually getting turret aggro here. They were waiting for Kennan's E to actually run out, but that meant Zeus had to take so many tower shots. He does go down. Still, really big comeback play here for T1. They've got a lot of work to do, though, I have to say, with how big Mad Lions early game
look
was.
at that goal difference on the bottom of your screen. What's that? Plus 2K just in the jungle. 1-5 in the mid lane. 1-3 in the bottom lane.
It's getting bigger.
That's going to get even bigger. Hylissang and Kazi, as well as the rest of the Mad Lions, have not let up the pace. And Chronicle, I think you really accentuated it. T1 just don't have a chance to breathe. They don't have time to create their own opportunities.
And this is not a situation that T1 finds themselves in very often. Gen G is a team that's notable for, yeah, maybe they go behind, but their macro around the map, their team fighting, always allows them to have an opportunity, even disregarding team compositions here with how far Guma has been put behind and looking at the team fighting power that you have with Annie, with Zaya, with Cannon, who are all fed and have a fed Pyke. It's not something that T1 generally is known for.
Plus, T1 are going to lose all of their outer defenses so early in this game. Last outer tower right now being taken by Karzi. Not only is that a bunch of extra money into the Mad Lions carry here, but...
Well, Chasey, feeding here for Mad Lions. The only member that's only marginally ahead gets a lot of damage onto Owner. Wild Growth, not necessarily needed, but all of a sudden, there's another setup. FLICKR gets the dredge line. There's not enough support coming from the rest of the squad. I mean, all 3 outer towers down before the average of the first tower here at MSI. Death from below is available. Depth charge thrown out once again, using that hook to pull to safety. This is a 2 versus 4 flash forward. Hilly is going to need to dive, getting away for now. Down to 200 hit points, and Guma Gale forces forward. He gets the kill. Here comes Carly. The feathers, they fly. That's 1, that's 2. And Mad Lions push T1 back.
Mad Lions strike it back. Yeah, Guma does the flash Gale Force for the execute, but that means he's face first into Karzi, who collects another one fresh off of his recall from the top side of the map, and they're going to have another dragon problem to deal with pretty soon.
And I think it's fair to say that's kind of like chasing the loss. T1 are in such a difficult situation. Any gold is good, but unfortunately they overstep just soon enough for Mad Lions to punish.
And Zeus might be in trouble here as well.
Let's find out. Here we go. That's a great ward hop into the kick, landing absolutely everything. And I mean, Zeus, just in a 2v1, what can you do? Surviving a lot longer than I was anticipating. And that is a tiny bit of hope. But the thing is, it is still gigantic deficit, even if Zeus can stay alive in team fights. The rest of the squad are going to melt so quickly.
Okay, so here we see the replay where Owner did use his flash to get the kill onto Chasey. But then the chase is really, really strong from T1. They feel so desperate right now because they are this far behind. So they're trying to create those crazy comeback plays. Hylissang kind of senses that it's coming though, and he kites them back pretty far. A lot of flashes being blown here. Look at these. There's only a flash for Zeus now for T1.
Gonna make it very hard. T1, are they actually going to contest this Drake?
I don't think they should.
I don't think they should, Trevor.
What is the other plan? Kobe, here we go.
They definitely should not, because there's teleport already on Chasey, and he uses it now.
All right, 3,000 hit points. 2,500, 1,500. It's secured by T1. Zeus is the immediate target. That's all of a sudden the Moonlight Vigil fight. T1 have belted through the hit points for now. They've stood toe to toe. Owner is forced away. Chasey finds him. Slicing Maelstrom, but it's at the cost of Nesquik's life. 4 members of T1 going backward. They get the hook onto the little hamster and the jump shot onto Kazi. How the hell are T1 doing it? They managed to win the fight. Down 7,000 gold. Alyoya's running for his life because he's trying to find time, trying to find the feathers. He's rooted up FLICKR. He needs one more, but he simply can't do it. Guma's the next target. Feather storm out. Kazi wants to close it out with the help of Alyoya. Somehow, Mad Lions bring it back from the jaws of teamfight defeat, only for T1 to shut them right down. This fight has gone on so long that Niski's been able to respawn and teleport back in. All of a sudden, Niski, can he catch FLICKR? Looking for the Incinerate, the Disintegrate, but FLICKR's too tonky. Turns it around again. Zeus the next target. Depth charge again. FLICKR finally down. Niski running for his life, but it's T1. It's T1.
This is madness! All the shutdowns here going over. T1 are trying to make it scrappy to get them back. They got an objective bounty shutdown on the Dragon, and they got the 2 big bounties, Alyoya's and Karzi's, in the end of it. So even though Mad Lions do chase down and get a bunch of kills onto T1, the more scrappy like this, the better for the possible comeback. My goodness, that just got crazy.
Even then, I've seen a lot of T1 Baron setups, okay, where I'm like, oh, T1, I don't know if you want to do that. I've never seen them contest the Dragon while being this far down and somehow kind of making it work. Like, Mad is still very, very far ahead, but T1, at the very least, are fighting back.
Come on, Mad Lions into that fight. Let's not kid ourselves here a little bit. With a bit of luck, we can actually watch this replay. I mean, Kobe, how did it go so wrong for Mad Lions?
All right, so initially, T1 is going to win the Smite fight here. Q plus Smite on Kha'Zix, really big burst damage, so he easily gets that. And then it's the big chase here. Alyoya in onto Zeus, but he dashes away, as well as the Polymorph following it up. Chasey goes in, he finishes off the Kha'Zix, then he's in the pit, and FLICKR hits him with the hook. Chasey walked up to try and get a Q for harass, but FLICKR getting that hook onto him on the front lines opens up Guma carry, and then he Gale Forces up to still have the extra damage and the angle onto Hylissang to get himself the extra kill. That's where the big problem actually emerged. Mad Lions, though, they still have such a
Oh, but at what cost? That's Niski being caught out. He's taken down. The Moonlight Vigil as well. T1 have found another fantastic pick.
That's the second time in a row, and I think in the previous fight, we saw Mad in a straight-up 5v5 front-to-back without a flank, maybe for Chasey. T1 was able to match. Here, T1 is using the amount of CC that they have available to pick off individual targets and not giving Mad a time to respond.
We need another play-by-play. 31 kills in 19 minutes. And T1, that goal deficit, I still feel like it should matter. I just don't think that it does.
I love it. I love it. We were talking about it earlier before this series, but if T1 get behind like this, they're going to try and fight their way out. They are not going to try and minimize damage here. They're trying to fight their way out of it. It's up to Mad Lions here to get back on track.
I am no longer believing in the concept of gold advantage in this game.
Yes.
I don't know what happens. I think, as mentioned, the big thing for me is that Mad does still have a really big map control advantage with the amount of objectives that they have.
And I think what's very crucial as well, we have to keep our eyes on those flashes. Had Chasey had flashed in that Dragon fight, he could have got that Slicing Maelstrom deeper into T1's team. Unfortunately, he didn't, so therefore it didn't have that same impact. Mad Lions are still up significantly. 4 towers to 0. That 5,000 gold we talked about, we're a minute away from the next Dragon, but we're not playing for Soul just yet. It'll still be many minutes before that's impactful.
So here's what has to happen for Mad Lions. They have all of the playmaking flashes available. Chasey flash, Niski flash, Hylissang flash. already, and they have to be able to get Guma with one of those. If one of those players can make the big play with the Annie stun, with the Kennen stun, with the Hylissang hook onto Gumayusi, then they'll get right back on track. They can win the team fight. They have to kill that Aphelios, though.
It's my turn to have some Hopium, so we have 3 players, and they have to just get one.
Hopium?
That is what
You're
Mad
5K gold up! Also, Elyoya's going to have his flash soon, so you'll be able to add in the
T1 hasn't taken a turret!
Yeah, but Chronicler, T1 has taken multiple fights in a row. I will not get excited yet. Mad Lions, the pace is now slowed down. Because of the fact they have to push through those inner turrets, it becomes significantly riskier, as we just saw in that red buff engage, for the Mad Lions to press this lead further. Look at the bottom lane, teleports up for chasing. He's pushing towards the inner turret, he's got some wards to play with as well.
He's recalling here for a purchase to come in. What's he sitting on? What's he sitting on? He's got the teleport just back to the turret. Okay, so it's not going to be a deep teleport flank or anything here for Mad Lions, just the reset.
And with the value that the Hextech Soul provides, the early play that T1 found, where they were able to deny that one dragon and delay that for, I think it was about 5 minutes, actually ends up being huge. Yes, the previous dragon fight was...
yeah, I think
that might have played a small part as well, Kobe.
I think the big one is the one that they just started 7,000 gold down in your face and then took and got the objective bounty. You can
hey, those first 5 minutes matter, okay?
Oh, gentlemen, this is such a great start to the series. Infinity Edge was just picked up the field. Guma, 2 items completed. Kazi's making his way there. The Baron has been started and the teleport's being channeled. Here comes Zeus from below. Baron rather, not going particularly quickly as 5 members of T1 now stepping into the river.
Okay, remember all those flashes we listed for Mad Lions. Oh my god, they're just gonna flip.
It's 2,000! It's stolen! It's stolen! Elyoya misses the smite! All of a sudden for the fight! Annie is caught once more! Goes Golden in so much trouble, but FLICKR is the target. It's a 1 for 2 and Guma is untouched! Finally gets the kill back onto another, but it's Zeus and it's T1 that are cleaning everything up. Elyoya's got another 3 for 3, but they got the Baron as well. Hylissang's got that death from below, but nobody's in execution range. T1 steal Baron!
Oh my goodness, I could not believe they actually just flipped that there against the Kazakhs. And Owner can get in there, no problem. The Q plus smite again.
I don't know, why would you flip this? Start the fight! We kept talking about the flashes. You have a cannon, you have an Annie, you have a Pike. Pick someone and murder them.
This is something where maybe Mad Lions a little bit in their head, a little bit excited. I mean, jumping in, 700 and just straight up stolen, Kobe.
Nice stuff there from Owner. And then looking at the follow-up on the fight here, Zeus is able to kite it out again for FLICKR's hook. FLICKR hooks Niski basically 100% to 0, even with the stopwatch there. It was all Niski in the early game here. Big diff over FLICKR. He had the big brain duel where he flashes into the brush there. But since then, it has been team fight initiations from the Nautilus, these hooks that keep landing. And T1, they are marching right back into this game.
And if Karzi doesn't get that play, doesn't get the kill on Guma, like that fight is a complete wash. And T1 can pick up so many more Barons now, only 2 Baron buffs still on them.
That's a good call out because yes, they got the injection of gold, but in terms of pushing power, it is somewhat limited. That Bloodthirster was secured there, as all of a sudden Zeus in trouble, pulled backwards, goes back out, Tibbers dropped. Niski forced to flash. This Annie is not having a significant impact. Dredgeline will take FLICKR to the tower. It's still standing. Baron empowered minion chipping away slowly. T1 have still yet to secure a tower. They will get the Dredgeline. Hylissang buys time with that stopwatch and now forced to run, but the tower is still the focus. And Mad Lions, they cannot stop this pressure.
Yeah, hugely successful initiations from T1 again. They were able to chunk down Niski, force him back, as well as get the sideways ultimate out of Karzi. That Xayah not nearly as safe as previously, and that allows T1, even without getting kills, to get 2 turrets with this Baron.
Chronicler, a little bit earlier when I said to you, I will not get excited, that is why the goal difference this game is frankly meaningless.
Well, what about me, Trevor? I was excited. That early game was exciting AF. Mad Lions, I want to see them pull it back.
And here we are, and the gold lead at this point is negligible, right? Like 3K when Guma has an Infinity Edge, is coming up on a 3rd item. In the grand scheme of things, isn't really going to matter. It's all about how the teamfight execution is going to come down.
And if you're an LEC fan, you should be a little bit nervous because the teamfight execution has been T1 favored. What I will say, though, is throughout the course of this game, the first 15 minutes, dominated by Mad Lions, making proactive plays and landing them.
Yeah.
Then T1 was setting up their own fights, and they were landing them. So we haven't yet seen Mad Lions really execute a good team fight where they haven't been jumped on. They haven't been somewhat surprised, and it looks like they're setting up for this inner top turret.
Yeah, they need to be the ones doing the jumping, Trevor. Those many forms of initiation here. Let's see. Siege on top side, though. They've got all 5 members. They should be able to bully this one down.
Yeah, very quickly, in fact. Pouring through all 5 members. Flash is not available for anyone except Helisang. This Hextech Gate's going to bring members of T1 forward, and we're 40 seconds from the next Dragon spawning. It'll be the 3rd for Mad Lions, the 2nd for T1. And I do want to reiterate just how valuable the Hextech Soul could be for the entirety of Mad Lions. Zeus, he's going to teleport to the bottom lane. Remember, because Dragon is the objective, push that mid lane, push that bottom lane, push the Vision into Mad Lions territory, and T1 inside the river first.
And right now T1 gets the ability to set up Vision, and that was, to me, one of the biggest problems that Mad had in the first fight. With how far ahead they were, with how much control they have ahead of the map, you should be able to choke out Vision and set up flanks.
I mean, that Umbral Grave from Ona has done so much value. It was the first item he picked up. Faker once again finds the initiation, and Guma just melts Mad Lions. That Moonlight Vigil depth charge was beautiful.
Once again, Faker hits a hook, and Niski is dead. His body hits the floor as Guma initially goes in, and that means your Dragon, unless Hilly?
No, I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, right now Niski is screaming, have you seen my bet tippers? Because I haven't. You've been dead so many times in these team fights, has not had that impact. T1 will secure their 3rd tower, their 2nd Dragon. That gold lead means nothing, and all of the momentum has shifted to the LCK 2nd seeds.
And now all of a sudden, if you look at the Mad comp and you're not able to play out the front to back, if Hilosang can't get a hook, if Chasey can't get into the backline right from the get-go, and even then, as we saw in the Baron fight, Zeus has done a great job of keeping him out of fights. If Niski can't find or doesn't go for a flash engage, this is just going to keep playing out the way the last, 5 team fights have gone.
Yeah, Guma is able to finish his Lord Doms after that, so he is going to just blow anyone up who any T1 member
He already
catches.
is.
Yeah, you thought it was quick before.
And I think it's also important to note, there is no real front line here for Mad Lions. You know, there's no real tank. So even though they've got a lot of damage themselves, look at that from Ona. He leaps forward, does Taste of Fear, and Hilly loses, what, 70% of his hit points? Now, I will say, I've been a bit of a downer on Mad Lions for the last 10 minutes of play, which is fair. However, they do still have all of those tools. They now have their flashes available. So for the Mad Lions, while it is looking dire, we are still on an even footing, and if they can finally win the team fight, they can regain some semblance of control.
Yeah, they have to be the ones using their CC to actually create these openings, though, because as you mentioned, they've got no tank, no front line. They don't want to soak any damage, so you have to create your openings then with the large amount of CC that you do have.
And what's important as well is that T1 is also not giving Mad an opportunity, because ever since they've had the opportunity, ever since that one Dragon fight, T1 has basically just been grouped as 5. Like, they have not split apart at all.
Yeah, look at the formation. They will protect Gumayushi with anyone else's life. Everybody protect the president here. As long as Guma is standing, T1 hopes are real.
I mean, that is exactly how this comp's supposed to play out, right? And if everyone's focusing on Guma, there is the possibility for Ona to jump around. You know, he's got 4 kills, 2 deaths, 7 assists. He's been able to apply enough threat on that back line, closing things off. But look at this tense standoff. Baron is up. We're 3 minutes away from the next Dragon. It'll only be the 3rd for both respective teams. But we are also at this point of the game where if a strong team fight can be won, close enough to push towards the base, push towards those inhibitors. T1, they've set their sights on the Baron. Look at that damage! Oh my word, Kazi melting Zeus, but the dredge line connects, the Dragon's Rage has been used, Bone, Skewer, Flash, Guma, there's no one to jump back on him, and Hilly's the man that's targeted down. Faker gets another, Niski uses the Hourglass just to buy some time, but Guma has done it once again. JC with a slicing maelstrom gets at least a kill back, but Mad Lions are ace.
And T1 are going to get the Baron after that one. Mad Lions, they got their initial pick and they just saw the win in their eyes. They tried too hard, too far on the chase. You mentioned it. Hilly does get the pull, but nobody's there for the follow-up here. This pick, you need to be calm after this pick and go for the reset here. Take a look. Yo-Yo moves up. He counters Faker's hook with the kick initially. And then the distance is just too large here. Hilly does get his flash hook, but Karzi is clearing the ward, and then they get the follow-up.
And crucially, even though here a lot of damage is going to the front line, look at Guma. No one is touching him, and as we said, You got to protect the president. If he's alive and well, you're in trouble.
And if he and Keria get to flash forward in the team fight, it is saved a little bit there, as Chasey at least gets some money. They get the shutdown kill at the end, but it is going to cost them another Baron here. And that's 2 Barons now for T1 in a game that they were so heavily down. They've actually retaken the gold lead. They've evened up the Dragons, and they're going to finally get the last of the outer towers.
Beautiful. The second Red Bull Baron power play being set up. Thank Mr. Guma. That damage is crazy. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the first time in 31 minutes that T1 are leading the game in gold. They are now the team with a 2,000 gold lead. They've got Baron on multiple members. It's T1 stepping forward. And FLICKR's Nautilus combined with Guma's Aphelios are so huge this game. The Magi Soul Stealer picked up for FLICKR as well. He's already got sickening damage and will continue to build that up. A number of pings there on that mid inhibitor turret to Mad Lions. They're trying to find that initiation.
Yeah, Matt can't go for the Dragon here because T1 will just push them out.
Oh, waiting for this initiation there. Ayoya is looking for the flank. Chases in the front line. Flash available to him, level 15. Slicing Maelstrom is up 2. Engage comes out. Bone Skewer backwards. Guma and the rest of T1 stepping onto the river. We've got this defensive flank, Kobe. No one's pulled the trigger just yet. FLICKR not going to find the dredge line this time.
Elyoya's looking for an angle to get behind on Guma. They can't get it, so they pull FLICKR.
Not the man that you wanted. Dredge line will connect. Kazi's pushed backwards. Moonlight Vigil gets him. He had Flash. He had Ghost. He had Featherstorm. And none of it absolutely mattered. T1 dominate once more.
FLICKR hits those. FLICKR hits those. The Nautilus with the Evan Shroud damage amp, and Guma finishes that kill, no problem. Dragon picked up. T1 coming for your base.
Chasey using that flash defensively just to get away from that Q3. Running for his life. No slicing Maelstrom. The base still available. Baron's still up. Chronicler, T1 have pulled this game back from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, I'm flabbergasted. I've seen T1 win a lot of games in a lot of ways, but this is incredible. It's the fact that they go this all in on Guma a year after he had a pretty lackluster MSI.
Oh man, and you know what? Between then and now, things could not look different. Nexus turret number 1 has fallen. Nexus turret number 2 has fallen. 49, 50 kills in 30 minutes. T1 strike first. I'm exhausted. I'm sweating. That was exquisite, League of Legends.
Oh, what an emotional roller coaster there. T1, they wake up live on stage.
Yeah, that early game, I think we might see some Pyke bans, even though...
I'd like to see some Nautilus bans as well.
Oh yeah, FLICKR, it was literally the complete swap with Healy having an incredible early game and FLICKR really getting caught out repeatedly, unable to get anything done, shoved in permanently. But then, when the team fights came around, it was the complete opposite. Healy couldn't get anything done, and FLICKR was hitting dredge line after dredge line, and those ultimates were humongous for the T1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, this just goes to show, this T1 lineup, having gone so far, gotten to so many finals over and over, they're continually perfecting their composure on stage. Even when they get so far behind, they're still so focused in damage control, looking for areas for them to get back into the game. And then they force a lot of these fights, still being confident while being so heavily down to the Mad Lions. And then they have the execution to back it up.
And I have to be very critical. Mad Lions demonstrates that they can generate a lead. They can execute proactive plays. They can dive over and over. But when we get to those mid-game skirmishes, too many times, proto belts, flashes, hourglosses were irrelevant. Too many times the crowd control hit. I mean, that final fight, I don't want to pick on him because he did have sums and ult up. That depth charge, it freaking telegraphed. And he still got tagged by it. That's simply unforgivable.
And getting leads, they were able to get that done. But actually turning those into a victory, that's the big problem.
Please, 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 4 more games of that. That was incredible. Get to the analyst desk to break down game 1. I need some fresh air because I'm exhausted.
Me too, and I was just watching. I'm not going to pretend I'm not malding because I am. But it was also an unbelievable game 1 in this series. I mean, it had it all. And unfortunately for Mad Lions, it didn't have the spurt they needed to the finish line. And to T1's credit, how can you keep your cool so much and let them come into your waiting arms and punish them so hard?
Yeah, I mean, I think T1 did a few other like small things in their mid-game to try to like mitigate the pressure, but this was fully within Mad's control, right? So let's start about how that happened, because I actually thought, we were wondering going into this game, okay, to your point, Azale, do Mad decide to match T1's bot lane prowess in the 2v2, or do they do the thing that they want to do? As soon as Hilly locked in Pyke, we were like, okay, you know what? They're going to be diving bot. And their early game setup with Elyoya, with Niski on those roam timers, just they had complete bot side control, and Gumayusi could do nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the early game was fantastic. They more than matched the early game for T1. They were blasting them. Like, at 13 minutes, it was looking like an absolute shellacking. It was looking like it was going to be an easy first game win for Mad. You know, this play from Niski was brilliant. You know, the flash into the brush made Owner think he had gone over the wall, baits out that wasted flash. They'd already been winning in the 2v2, putting pressure onto Guma, and then they're able to snowball that by bringing down Elyoya, bringing down Niski, and what is kind of a classic Mad move.
Yeah, I've talked about this before, how Niski, again, is a jungler's mid laner. Throughout his entire career, he's had a really strong understanding of when to go on those roam timers. And again, they just had complete control of this side of the map, and we're really making sure that Guma's Aphelios could not get ahead.
And Emily, as you said, we're going to tunnel hard, and rightfully so, on some of the oversteps from Mad Lions later, but you said that T1 here is already planting the seeds to make sure they stay in this game. How is that?
Oh yeah, there were a whole bunch of like small things they did, like basically trying to rotate Guma around the map to try to get plates top when they could. Even if they were trading a kill back with Mad, they were like, okay, you know what? This is still technically a losing play, but we're trying to mitigate it. We do need to feed, you know, Gumayusi some gold elsewhere. Here though, look at Elyoya's early game. Again, Mad Lions' early game and early preparation for T1 specifically was really impressive.
It was really impressive, but it wasn't enough. And Azale, we were watching the game together, and what did I say? You said it's a 6K gold lead, nothing can happen, and I said...
I didn't say nothing can happen.
You said, okay, it looks really good, and I said, well, Mad sometimes have a tendency to overstep, and when there's no discernible things to play for at some points in the game, you just saw, I feel, that T1 never really lost their confidence.
No, not at all. And I mean, I think that they were always still playing to win. They were always willing to try to take those risks because they were in such a bad position. They have to take some risks. They have to look for fights that are going to look bad and hope that they can outplay, and they were able to do it.
Yeah, and every second counts, especially in this next one. Thanks to the reliable Cisco network, T1 find a huge team fight at Dragon while 7K down, and it goes on and on and on.
I mean, this one was just unbelievable from Gumayusi for me. The amount that he got done in this fight was truly incredible. Every single Q he's shooting out, he's hitting. Every single skill shot that's coming his way, he's able to dodge out on. His positioning was perfect, and it really had to be because he was the only one who could potentially carry this fight. The first Q tags onto Karzi, getting the damage in there, throws up the ult to follow, he's chunking them down, he's pushing forward, he sidesteps that first hook coming through from Hylissang, and then as he goes forward here, he's able to kill off Niski, another sidestep on a hook there, and he holds the Gale Force here so that when they actually re-engage this fight, as he's going up, he's going to be able to still have that available to dodge once more. Like, he's playing so on the knife's edge here. This was just incredible.
And everybody watching, I think there, it had a shift and said, well, this might not go the way it looked like it would be going.
Well, and this is what I was talking about with Gumayusi going into this matchup, right? It's like, it's not just that they have such a dominant pushing 2v2 lane. It's not just that they play for this game. And I mean, on the other side, this fight continues to go forever. For so long with the reinitiation here, and we're going to see again kind of where Mad overstep a little bit.
A little bit.
In a few with the Hexgate play
this
here.
This is the same replay, by the way.
From T1. Yeah, this is still going. But I do want to talk about Guma as also a late game win condition, right? Because I feel like that's something that people maybe didn't have as much confidence in him despite an insanely impressive performance throughout all of last year. And so not only is he really great in lane, even though Mad did their best to target that specifically, he's also insane in these.
I mean, to me, it was a great showing from both sides, and I think we had the classic Karzi overstep at times, but comparatively to what people's expectations were for how this was going to go, they went toe-to-toe.
Well, and Karzi, I think he's going to get flack because he died at the end without using his summon. comes and whatnot, but the reality is, I thought he played a really good game. Like, he was actually carrying in some of those fights. He was making a lot of plays happen. It was really, really impressive overall from him and Hilly on that bot side. And I think really, you know, if I'm mad and I'm reviewing this, I'm just actually going back to that Dragon fight that we watched, and I'm really regretting not just full sending it onto Guma, because there's that one moment where Guma's actually stepping forward in the fight where he's pushing in and he's killing off Niski, and everyone from Mad really in that moment needed to actually turn onto him and just focus him down, because the Aphelios was the only chance I felt T1 had to carry that fight, and he just made magic happen. It's not something you see every day.
And it's cool because we started off the day with talking about kind of the supports and how they informed how these games are going to be played out, up, because we want to cross off the ones that we had.
I am not as tall as you.
I'm just only slightly taller, don't. Okay, so Pyke.
Want to circle this or?
Maybe go like.
Check.
I don't know. Yeah,
we did not prepare this.
We did not prepare this. But it does feed into the story, I think, a lot. Because the Lulu, obviously, it's part of the game plan and also what allowed Guma to shine throughout that game.
Can I also point out Karia's self-ultimate to engage in the middle of one of those ending team fights? That was hilarious. And I think kind of a quintessential moment to show you what type of player Karia is.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's like Chronicler was talking about, you know, the Karia Tom Kench and how he plays it aggressively. This guy wants to play everything aggressively. He's flashing and he's self-ulting. We don't need to mention that Gumi Yushi died. Maybe if he had that ultimate for him. But it was a pretty incredible comeback from T1. And now my biggest question for Mad is, you know, how are they going to be doing mentally? Because I think the worst games to lose are the ones that you know were fully in your hands. And that game was well and truly in their hands to win, right? So that can be a frustrating loss, but they went right at them, and they were dominating in the early game. So if they can repeat that, they just need to clean it up a little bit in the mid-game.
It's a great point. Will they now falter? Will they lose it all? And will T1 catch so much momentum from this?
Already over here.
No, it's a question. I'm throwing it out there.
I feel the doom radiate.
No, it's like I have to ask the question, so when they turn it, it's storytelling.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Anyways, our arm hurts. Let's see how the Mad Lions recover from that game as we're heading to a quick break. We'll be back with Game 2 after this.
Now Niski under attack.
He's got the flash available, will be using it, gets the stun below 100. First blood goes to Mad Lions. Another disintegrate connects. Owner's waiting for the cooldowns. He's got the taste of fear. Down to 200. Elyoya goes away. Sonic wave in. It's a double for the Lions.
Let's go!
And this minion wave is relatively strong. Kobe, I think they're setting up for a dive. They may not even need it. The feathers are available. It's Elyoya that snipes it. Faker's burning, Dreadsliding, death from below. And Luma's the next target. Feather storm out. Kazi wants to close it out with the help of Elyoya. Somehow, Mad Lions bring it back from the jaws of Team Fight defeat. Faker gets another. Niski uses the Hourglasses to buy some time. But Guma has done it once again. JC with a slicing maelstrom gets at least a kill back.
Get it!
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
welcome back to MSI 2023. And take a breather.
Okay.
Take some ibuprofen.
I think Mad Lions need to take a breather. They got more hype than we did, and we were jumping up and down.
What an incredible game one to this best of 5 Mad Lions, because they lost. They are on blue side once again. I think we were theorizing a few things. I would imagine Pyke could be considered a ban, despite it not ultimately winning. The lead that it generated was huge. I mean, look, Gragas, Rakan, and Vi with the 3 bans from T1 on red side. If it's going to change, it will open up one of those options as well.
So far, though, no changes, seeing the exact same one. And honestly, if you're mad, I wouldn't even be mad if you just run it back here with the draft, right? It was all down to execution. The early game was played out by them in such an overpowering fashion. So far, doesn't look like anything is changing.
I would say maybe get rid of that cannon, although I don't know if you want to give that over to Zeus. It didn't necessarily get used to the most impactful, but so far, Salty run back on the cards.
Yeah, kept waiting for the big mad fight where they're going to all in there, but all right. So far, yep, run back the cannon. Happy to run back to the Cassante. Zeus did get a solo kill on him, as well as have a lot of, you know, stabilizing plays for T1. Played a really good front line for them. Guma, no questions about the Aphelios play, so they insta-run back that one.
And so far, no big changes coming up here in the first part of the draft.
And I think there's good reason for that from T1's side. T1 are saying, okay, you outplayed us a bunch in the early game. Your bottom lane plays, well done, he'll say. You know, they're like, hats off to you. But they have the confidence that they just outplayed Mad Lions for the last 15 minutes straight of that game in teamfight after teamfight. And so they're confident to do it again. Mad Lions are thinking the flip of that, okay, we just have to not throw.
Yeah.
Because we had our big early lead.
I'm also happy to see the Annie pivot. I do not believe Niski had the greatest impact on that champion. I also think into really coordinated, really calculated teams like the LCKs, Annie's just very linear, very predictable. Also, Niski ate like 1,000 hooks. So immediately in phase 2, Pyke is banned away, and this is the biggest significant change from game number 1.
And one that I think really speaks to T1 also identifying that we got away with it in the last game. We will not be able to get away with it again. Pyke being taken away means that with the Xayah already there, Guma and Scaria should be feeling safer in game number 1. And FLICKR, early game might not have been what they were looking for, but the team fight carrying that he did was incredible.
These are like solo queue reactions where you're just banning out the thing that hooked you in the last game. Hylissang kept hooking T1. They're like, I'm never playing versus that again. Get that off me.
Come on, just ban Thresh. Every hook champion's gone, right?
FLICKR kept landing hooks on the Mad Lions and ulting to start all their team fights set up for Guma. So Mad Lions do the same thing, banning that out.
Oh, and the Annie is still going to get taken away. Now there is, of course, still the potential that the Cassante will be flexed, so expected to see either the Viego is one that we talked about previously. This was something that T1 was hovering, more of a Gen G pick, but with the amount of attention that T1 have shown thus far towards Guma, Maokai makes complete sense. Extremely safe pick, is able to provide reliable frontline as well as engage.
Okay, I'm expecting T1 to get some damage for FLICKR then, because if they did straight one-person carry, then it would be pretty difficult there. I mean, as good as Guma did play, but Maokai going to have significantly less damage, so we'll see what FLICKR with the counter pick wants to run into Niski here. Niski's going to have to show right now what's his blind into FLICKR.
And looking at Hylissang, by the way, he's locked in that rel. 700 professional games for Hylissang. 20 of them, or rather correction, 18 of them have been on the rel. So it's definitely not something we see a significant amount from him. He does have a fairly high 60% win ratio. Lissandra will be that pick in the mid lane. You talked about the blind pick. And the last couple of seconds here for T1, we're going to find out what runs mid lane. We have seen a little bit more just on a mid in the past, and it's going to be locked in for the Karma there now. So Karma mid, Lulu bottom.
That is a bit lower damage than I was going for, but it is super duper buff up Guma Yushi here. Are they going to flex it to have FLICKR with the Cassante mid matchup?
Ooh, what do you prefer?
I actually really liked the Carmine mid, because I think that Lissandra, if she doesn't get out of her lane and if she's continuously shoved underneath the turret, which generally Karma will be able to, then impacting the map becomes a lot harder. But the same can be said for Kennen, right? Kennen can struggle in matchups where he's not able to really leverage a range advantage, where he can't reliably outpoke the opponent. So really big pivot here from T1. And in game number 1, all eggs were in the basket of Guma Yushi. And in game number 2, all eggs are
More
in
of
the...
them. They found more eggs. They found more eggs, and they handed them to Guma. And Guma has not dropped an egg since he was handed any of them.
I mean, they do tell you to not keep all your eggs in one basket, but when the basket is as firm and warm and lovely as Maokai and Guma,
really strong,
why
you know?
not keep them in the Guma basket?
All right, no more eggs, no more baskets on, please.
Okay. Are you putting your foot down?
I will say, to me, the biggest change that I think is the best change that T1 have possibly made here is for sure banning the Pike, because Rel can make picks, and Hylissang is a great Rel, but it's just not the same surprise factor. It's so much more telegraphed when Rel is coming in for the crash down, for the ultimate combos there. So should be more easily reacted to by Guma.
Well, we're gonna find out as we load onto the Rift. If I can take a very brief moment to celebrate something, assuming no action breaks out. FLICKR, Playmaker, God King himself has reached his 200th international game. And right now, he's looking to make it 2-0 against the Mad Lions. And as I say that, the gift is given that owner concedes first blood to Mad. That's not my fault.
The crash down is not telegraphed if you're in a bush and they walk up to your brush.
Nice. Yeah.
Surprise, a horse falls out of the sky onto your head, and they give the first blood money over to Carzzy because they have this luxury. Oh no, actually,
No,
the Ignite.
yeah, it went to
no, the Ignite tick.
Yes.
Oh, they tried to give it over to him. Okay, Ignite tick does its work.
And it kind of ties into what we saw in the previous early game. I think T1 really need to start taking less early game risks and just running around like the map belongs to them, because Mad are clearly saying, we do not stand for that.
Well, we do not stand for that. Mad Lions getting a bit of deja vu. Starting the game off with an early kill onto T1. This time it was in the jungle instead of the bottom lane. Give you a quick update, by the way, 50 kills in that previous game. It's the highest number of kills at MSI this year, obviously. It is also the 5th bloodiest game of any MSI ever. That is how action-packed it was. And it started off strong. Guma and Carrier were stepping to trade a little bit. You can see Alyoya, he spotted on that ward.
Only 5th, Trevor?
Only
we can
5th.
do better. We can do
yes,
better.
Come on. Let's make the next 5 games 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in terms of bloodiness. And that seems to be the case for now. Once again, by the way, Owner starting top half of the map, Alyoya clearing out the Krugs on the bottom.
This time around, though, T1 is very aware. Did spot Alyoya on the ward. So should be completely fine here. It looks like Alyoya also realizing that, heading towards the Raptors.
Yeah, T1 very clearly that whole time thinking about these adjustments all around bottom lane early, because that was the whole story for Mad Lions. So not only do they ban the Pike, they also deport the Krugs, they also have them get the chunk on bottom side. They didn't necessarily plan for the first blood, but...
No one plans to concede first blood, to be fair. I will say, by the way, if you keep an eye on the minimap, because we've got the Karma top into the cannon, it might be a lane that we want to keep an eye on just a little bit more. Thank you, observers, for that one. Also, because for Chasey, I think expectations here, especially for European fans here in London watching, that was Chasey's first defeat on cannon in his career. It was his 9th game played. This is now his 10th. Playing into the Karma, this is not something that we see a huge hell of a lot in the LEC, and we already see being bullied, being pushed forward those mantra queues.
Tell you what, we also haven't seen a whole lot of it in the LCK
Touché.
for a really long time, right? And Zeus is a player that has struggled at times in high pressure situations, and this is now previously the Xante game, and in this one, he's going full support.
For this man that was just on your screen a second ago there, Guma, as they're pushing in, they're having much better lane phase this time around, obviously, with all of the adjustments. Getting up to the tower pressure in their favor, actually, and Owner, since he started on that top side with the Maokai, easy, leisurely clear towards the bottom side, splits the Scuttle Crabs exactly how they want with Mad Lions, and Alyoya does get this one. Faker's going to be the target, but both junglers are here.
All right, 2v2, glacial path forward, Ring of Frost, onto the little kitty cat. Pressure on the bottom lane, Carzzy's under threat, forced to flash for his life, and the flamethrower just out of range. FLICKR, tick, tick, tick. The shield's healing him for alive for now. No flash for Niski. The sapling toss will go forward. That's the flash, Bramble toss smash. Ona gets one back, and now Niski's in a little bit of trouble. Starting to back away. He's low on mana, does not want that fight.
And this is the other part of the puzzle last game for Mad. It wasn't just that bot lane was winning, it was that the mid lane 2v2 went extremely heavily in favor of Mad. This time around, T1 is able to get out ahead.
And bear in mind, that was Hylissang that had first blood, still getting beaten up in that 2v2. T1 500 gold up, bottom lane winning, gank mid lane successful, and Zeus in the top lane keeping Chasey under the tower.
Yeah, the only hiccup there for T1, I think Keria healed when maybe he thought he had Ignite or something as Carzzy was flashing away. Regardless, it's still a big, good trade for them. And the CS difference is going to be massive, plus the recall timings here. Boots level 2, Berserker Greave rush for Guma, but mid lane dive, Hilly's here!
Ferromancy, crash down, ticking, it's Elyoya with the kill. Hylissang will get taken down though. And it's secured by FLICKR. Now Elyoya the target. Guma is ticking away. He's got the purple gun, got the root down, and got the backup of T1. Another kill to Guma.
Yeah, the timing of that dive and the extra turret shot there. Guma's walking back from base off his reset with his upgraded Berserker Greaves and gets to be handed an extra kill. That is exactly what Mad Lions do not want. It's money traded here for, you know, a kill over to jungle in exchange for a kill onto the Aphelios is going to be rough.
And here, crucially, in that early 2v2, right, we do see that Niski's able to bring Owner with him, which means that FLICKR in the 1v1s against Elyoya doesn't really have a large shot, but FLICKR stays alive.
It was really good use of his Aftershock there. FLICKR, he tanks fully the Lee Sin, then as soon as the Aftershock falls off, he flashes out and jumps to the top side. FLICKR fully tanked up to like 10% of his life right there.
Well, FLICKR's gonna not be able to do that just yet. Glacial Pod this time round, ticking, he gets away! Elyoya and Niski, they fumble it, they don't get that last hit.
And that is the second mid lane gank that isn't working out. And the previous one, what I wanted to highlight in that replay as well before we went back to live, Owner being there to me is a sign that T1 is also catching on to what Mad did so well in game number 1, which was snowball, 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 continuous aggression. Anyone with a low health bar around the turret is going to get taken down. And Owner, even though he was a little bit behind the play, you see T1 was still expecting it.
T1 right now got that lead, crucially 15 CS plus a kill to Guma in the bottom lane. And that's Protect the President comp, Raise the Puppy, whatever you want to call it. Guma has started off incredibly well, already got a plate. Nearly securing his second plate. Hilly's trying to threaten with that Hex Flash. And look, red, white, Guma wants to fight. There's backup as well, because look, 2 members of T1 in the river, they're going to get an early dragon.
Yeah, overall, gold leads are talked about a lot in League of Legends, but concentration of gold is incredibly important, and especially when you have a comp like this that is so hyper-focused in one direction. Owner going to be able to pick up the dragon also. Wards here protecting both entrances. They easily pick that one up off of the bottom lane push.
And Chronicler, I get nervous when I look at Mad Lions this game because already they're behind in dragons and gold and kills. And then I think about how on earth does Kennen and Lissandra and Rel get through Karma, Maokai, Cassante. And even if they do, there's a Lulu Wild Growth as backup. So there is so much zoning tools and control to buy time for Guma to melt through Mad Lions.
And in the last game, they didn't need that,
no,
right?
They
didn't need Guma to be fed. They didn't need any of the frontliners to be in a great spot. And I think that Mad, unfortunately, if they fall too far behind in the early game, they're not going to be able to. We saw in the previous game that the amount of leads that they were able to generate wasn't really working out, but should have been turned into a really big level of map control. As, Niski.
Well, Niski still got that E if he needs it, still got the flash as well. We'll be able to get over the wall. Takes a little bit more of a trade, but yeah, again, Owner just kind of shadowing this middle lane, always around whenever any threat is up. Cheeky recall, gonna get spotted. Got the ultimate available. Why are you recalling there? Why are you in the bush? Niski gets taken down for a, in my opinion, unforgivable recall occasion.
This is honestly devastating for Mad Lions. Not only does that give over full pressure for this Rift Herald, but bottom side, you then leave Guma alone. He was pushing Carzzy into his own tower there. They send the Rel back bottom side, and they're still making the play top.
Looking for the initiation. Chasey's got the Maelstrom, manages to get Zeus. He flashes over the wall, chased by Chasey. Zeus still stays alive. Look at those fancy feet. Chasey's on the route. Not going to be able to find the kill just yet. Zeus still under the tower. While that's going on, 2v2 in the bottom lane. Gumayushi, he's got himself that quiver. Looking for the crash down. Hilly turns his attention back to Kiri. Gets turned into a munchkin. Finally, Zeus is down. The feathers are pulled backwards and the Moonlight Vigil is dodged by the Feather Storm. There's no E available. Flash away from Guma and T1. They've got the first of the fight. Guma's looking for the next. The E comes back up. The cleanse keeps the chase alive. Kazi and Hilly got so close, but damn, they were so far. Now Niski's in trouble. Faker's running him down. Goes all out under the tower. The third proc in the queue. Flashed away from underneath the tower and flashed. 1-for-1 in the mid lane. And somehow Kazi escapes.
Oh my goodness, it's blood all over the map, Trevor. Well done casting all 3 lanes at once. Bottom side, Keria does get back down to Guma and allow him to get not only another kill, but you just saw on your screen that huge minion wave that is going to die in front of the tower. Hylissang is going to be the one that gets there first, and money into Hylissang. Again, concentration of where your gold is going, not ideal here for Mad Lions. Oh, Hilly with the flop on the large corner.
And by Guma effectively here is 1v2, and by the time he starts this play, he starts being in it. Keria still like halfway in the river, but once they're committed, they're just unable to get the damage down right. And I think in these all-ins, Aphelios is so difficult to deal with, particularly if you don't have the CC from the Rel available.
Yeah, he flashes this one here. So Guma Flash and Cleanse were both used. If there is one, ray of hope or copium for Mad Lions, it is
injecting into me, Kobe.
It is that there.
Copium.
There are no sums on Guma, so they called down Owner and said the 3rd and 4th summoner spell with Faker coming down to try and protect.
Listen, 2,000 gold is the lead. I would like to ask the observers to quickly toggle over to the individual player golds when they get a chance. Nature's Gasp is thrown out. That 2,000 gold, 1,500 of that lead is with Guma. Kazi gets pushed all the way backwards from a beautiful engage from Ona, and that is 3 more kills to T1. It was just beautiful.
And the tower.
And they got the Herald from way back, right? When Zeus was able to stay alive, the rest of the team was like, good luck. You try and stay alive as long as you can. We know you're going to go down, but we're going to get the Herald. They didn't even need the Herald here. They could have left it in their pocket because the 3v3 goes disastrously wrong. And when you have a composition like this, and the Aphelios is this fed with, as you were pointing out, Trevor, this much frontline, and 2 enchanters,
4 kills, an assist, as well as a 30 CS lead. Mythic completed already, and a Maokai that's at 3-1-3. My word, T1 have got all the tools they need to just let Guma once again bow down and destroy the Mad Lions.
Niski just ulted Faker to get 1 extra tower shot worth of damage on the Cassante mid. And gave him the hats off. But here's what we were saying, there's no summoner spells on Guma. That's why, Mad Lions have that, the hopium or copium, whatever you want to call it, of trying to make a play on him. But with the Maokai there to peel for him, the peeling is too easy for T1. Owner and Keria keep him safe, and he takes him down.
There was a lady in the crowd earlier that said she's waited 10 years to see Faker pick LeBlanc for me. I hope Cassante will do it quite as flashy. To everyone else that's come here to Copperbox in London, thank you for joining us. Right now, T1 are in a significant advantage. 2-level lead here for Zeus over Hilly. The tower is under a little bit of pressure in a 1v2, but there is pretty significant wave play once those minions do group up. Hilly steps in, look at the minimap, and again, congregation of T1 around that middle lane in Niski.
It's also Abyssal Mask karma, right? Like in the previous game, we saw it on Faker. He, on the Nautilus, got a lot of value of it. And even though the Catalyst was nerfed on this patch, we still see the value of it, particularly when you're a pick like the Karma that loves staying in lane for a long time, keeping your opponent under pressure. And it also means in situations like this, you're not going to be able to dive in.
Yeah, I mean, the Abyssal Mass and the Evan Shroud last time too, they're getting these little things to amp all the other little sources of damage.
Little source of damage?
Yeah.
Who might you be referring to, Kobe?
Kobe, let's talk a little bit about how Mad Lions do find their way back into this game. They've lost a tower, they're significantly behind. We already know it's going to be hard for them on the offensive to get to Guma. But how on earth do they claw this back?
Yeah, see, that's the thing, though. That's the thing that was missing in the last game. Mad Lions, they stalled out, and they should have been setting up those more aggressive plays with the flashes and big playmakers that they do have on the team. This time around, Niski's on the Lissandra to boot, so they've got even more to go for those really big setups. If Chasey has flash and Niski spellbooks over to his flash, like that should be a guaranteed engage dive onto them, especially with Rel follow-up here. That CC will last a very long time. Problem is you're so far behind so early on, the protection is really difficult to get through, and even the setup of the vision, which is your first setup to try and get those angles.
Well, FLICKR's going to start a fight here. Teleports it in. Down a level, Hilly's stepping forward. Not a lot of support here from T1. The interrupt on the crash down allows FLICKR to escape. That was just beautifully executed.
Yeah, unable to get anything done, even with FLICKR teleporting in and Hila being there, no opportunity. Yeah, I think the plan is very simple. It's kill Guma. It's not easy.
Exactly. Concentrated goal there, Kobe.
Yeah.
Visualized exquisitely. Plus 2,000. Chasey forced to flash defensively once more. A Kennen running away with flash is nothing you ever want to see. But Zeus is the target. Nature's Grasp is rattling across the Mad Lions. Zeus still stays alive. That shield from the E is huge. All out will send Kazi packing. The feathers come back, but nobody is dead from T1. Nobody goes down. They get 2 kills and the Mad Lions are routed once more.
They threw everything onto tank Karma. That's not the target.
And then FLICKR comes in, he Cassante ults Carzzy out of the fight too, so they don't have their main damage source there. T1, that was a really nice little split there. They turn it around on the Mad Lions. They use that engage against them and are able to get an extra one.
Beautiful, beautiful team fight once again from T1. They've got themselves 2 dragons, they've got 11 kills, they've got a significant lead, and right now they are outclassing Mad Lions in every skirmish with or without the advantages.
And you know what's super devastating about that fight? Yeah, T1 got an extra kill, right? Okay, well, we got Kennen. They also got the big flashes that Mad Lions are really relying on. Niski is going to have to now be the one because he has the flash on Lissandra, but Guma still has his flash, has his cleanse, and he's got his teammates.
And even if Guma is out of position, as long as he has flash and the cleanse, you're basically always playing one fight behind, right? You need to force those summoners, which in of itself I think is a big task, but then you need to be able to then get away from the fight because if he flashes and cleanses, you're probably not going to be able to win it, and then find another one of those angles. So for Mad Lions, they really are against the wall, and I think it's going to require T1 leaving Guma alone or getting completely off guard by a Kennen, by a Rel, or by a Lissandra getting that backline access.
And I don't yet have confidence that Mad Lions can pull that off. We've seen 2 games already today where Chasey and Mad Lions have not necessarily been able to find those flanks, specifically on the Kennen. I think this game has kind of run away from them in terms of their ability to come back. So now it's, you're hoping for a mistake, you're hoping for a misstep. What we've seen from T1, what we expect from T1 in terms of their season, in terms of the last 2 years, the likelihood is incredibly low. So for Mad Lions now, calm themselves down. They have to try to find some sort of rhythm and momentum, because this is the team that's now potentially on the verge of match point, assuming they can't pull some miracle comeback.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, everybody who watched the previous game, Trevor, are in full agreement with you, because if the Mad Lions couldn't do it then, it's going to be a lot more difficult this time around, where they don't have this ginormous lead, and T1 are forcing summoners and ults out of them.
And that's basically a guaranteed soul point here for T1, right? Like, you're going to give a Hextech soul to an Aphelios because Carzzy had to use his cleanse, had to use his ultimate.
Because of a Nyan Cat, right? Now, yes, I understand that obviously on Carzzy's side, had Guma or Ona continued to apply pressure after the Nature's Grasp, then there was kill threat. However, they didn't. So he just saw the Nyan and needed to throw out the feathers and the cleanse. We're 30 seconds away from Dragon
Whenever you say that,
3.
you have to do a little dance now.
Yeah, okay. The only problem is I think they're recording it. So it's like,
yeah, that's
we'll wait for the next ult where we can do it in unison, right? Right now.
No, I don't want to dance. Don't rope me into this.
T1 on the verge of a 2-0, Chronicler. You owe London a dance. They definitely want to cheer that one.
Okay, don't put pressure on me. Come on.
Alyoria and Niski, backed up by Hilly. FLICKR will get rooted in place, locked down, all out. 3 members pushing forward. This isn't the highest damage trio. Niski gets knocked backwards from the 3rd Q. Carzzy's the target of Guma. Remember, no feathers. Remember, no cleanser. May not matter. Carzzy escapes with his life, but FLICKR does not. And under the tower, Guma takes a lot of damage while all that's going on. Now Chase is in trouble, forced to use that slicing maelstrom. He's rooted in place thanks to that top Karma, trying to get the shurikens, trying to get the stuns. Under pressure as the middle lane is still being pushed by Guma, by Carrier. Alyoria and Hilly arrive to the fray. Top lane continued to pressure as Mad Lions are looking at that inner top turret. While that's going on, the mid is still under pressure. This is cross-mapping all day long, Kobe.
Yeah, Guma's going right through the front door while all this action is going on the side lane. They actually finish the mid tower and then finish Carzzy.
Oh, look at that damage! Guma and Keria knock on the front door, take down the inhibitor as well. Recall's being channeled here as Nisqy will finally get back. The bottom inhibitor turret is now the next focus. FLICKR has been able to TP in after being taken down. That gold lead is growing even larger. Before 20 minutes, the base is blown wide open. And just like G2 yesterday, Mad Lions today dropping game 2 in dominant fashion to the LCK opponents.
Paul, I like
that was reverse. I got it backwards.
that you take control
I got
there.
it backwards.
Yeah, you take ownership though. Dominant dropping of the game.
They choked
They
us.
threw that sucker on the ground.
I would never go to QuickShare. You know me, but I'm glad you did.
Can I tell you, it is so fun to be casting with you guys again. I am having a blast despite the fact that T1 is smashing, man.
They certainly threw that game 1 on the ground. And this one here, all right, Dragon number 3, as you mentioned, T1 going to collect what is theirs.
And yeah, Matt, I think you have to back off there. At this point, it's either a very deep teleport flank coming in from either Chasey or Nisqy when a bot lane inhibitor is being pushed. We've seen over the years, even in this tournament, a lot of bot lane inhibitors leading to death and destruction. Or it is going to require a stand at the Nexus turret as FLICKR.
Nisqy took the gate. We'll be able to escape. That Ring of Frost did a lot of work, but as I saw him, Ember of Mad flying through that portal. Mad Lions starting to group up. They feel the threat of a potential Baron. Remember, super minions into that middle lane. Not going to be the greatest at really setting up for Baron, but not only with the gold lead and with the pressure it's going to apply, it also will allow them to set up for the Soul, which is 4 minutes away. So T1 have just got a plethora of options on how they wish to taxi their way to the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, their options are so plentiful that we literally just watched the last 2 minutes was FLICKR deciding to go 1v3 kind of int and just take up 3 people's time, and T1 came away with an inhibitor kill.
Hylissang is caught out. Magnet Storm is dropped and he's left to the Wolves, as it were. T1 get themselves an easy kill on the back of that Nature's Grasp. And now in a 5 versus 4, they peel back to Baron. Actually 5 versus 3, because Carzzy's dealing with the supers.
The Maokai ult, the most disappointing way to get caught. The slow death coming towards you. All right, Elyoya, he's got the hopes. T1 stole a Baron last time around. Can Elyoya replicate?
3,000 hit points. Going low, Nisqy's coming as well. Chasey's coming as well. 2,500. Sonic Wave connects. Hold your breath. Ladies, gentlemen, everybody else. Polymorph going to be enough to interrupt, and the Baron is just beautifully secured. Chasey is done, Thumper, for any Maelstrom can be channeled. A teleport to the inner top lane turret, and Zeus is there leading the charge for T1. It is just exquisite control.
And sometimes T1 Baron setups scare the fans to death. This time around, really cleanly done. Keep it at a safe health total. Then Keria goes in with the heal, gets the polymorph. They burst it down. No steal option available.
Yeah, I think the honorable thing from T1 there would be to
give it.
Yeah, that
give it to him.
To be fair.
Bad Lions flipped it for you. He'd give you a smite fight.
It would have been it, because I will say, as a fan of both League of Legends and Mad Lions, that Baron did not give me that same level of, oh, this is scary, as the game 1 did, where, of course, Ono was able to jump in. But look, this Red Bull Baron power play already at plus 3k. They already had supers in the middle lane, that inhibitor will be spawning in a minute and a half. The top lane has just been taken out, and at 22 minutes, with Baron, this gigantic gold lead, we're 2 minutes away from Soul, so my instinct is telling me, get the Soul, and then push for the final hits on the Nexus.
Might end up doing that. Considering it's T1, I wouldn't even be surprised if they just ran it with 5 people towards the mid lane and try to end the game before they end up taking the Dragon. The Dragon is kind of the be-all, end-all, right? Like, Hextech Soul provides so much utility, particularly when you have a pick like the Aphelios. And right now for Mad, I'm not seeing a lot of options here, unfortunately, as only one inhibitor, not even with a turret left standing.
Bear in mind, Guma and Keria have not died a single time this game. 7-0-3, 0-0-11. They have been the proactive team. They have been the ones starting the fight nearly, you know what, 75-80% kill participation. It has been about them. Protect the President has worked beautifully.
Gentlemen, whenever there is a draft run back, you have to decide which is the team that did the salty run back and who was just right. What team is salty?
Kobe.
Oh, here we go. We got a chase in the Hextech.
Elyoya has been chased by FLICKR. Down the bottom lane, here comes Chasey from behind. Slicing Maelstrom can finally get some targets. Nature's Grasp will at least hold them in place. I don't think that Maelstrom's good enough. Zeus is low, but where is Guma? So far untouched, so far undamaged, so far unkillable. T1 put together 3-4 quick kills and ace Mad Lions inside their base within Baron buff. T1 dominate game 2. And T1 are 1 win away from a rematch with Gen G in the upper brackets. What a dominant performance as Mad Lions were crushed from that bottom lane.
So in summary, T1 were right, Mad Lions were salty.
Oh, so Aphelios is being banned? That's going to be my guess?
Aphelios is indeed a problem. T1, massive stuff this time around. So much more clean.
And we didn't get to talk about it that much, but I really want to talk a little bit about Owner, because I think his defensive play was the big difference maker between the previous game, because even though his Kha'Zix was big and the catches that he got were a big part of what allowed T1 to stay in the game, but on his Maokai, every time that there was an attempt from Mad Lions to snowball the early game like they did, he was always there. And when Maokai is able to get a lead on a game with his ultimate, with his saplings, it's so hard to come back.
And I think in game 1, Alioya really had a significant impact on the early game. Ganking bottom lane, working with Kazi and Hylissang to accelerate that lead. The reply wants to drop change just a little bit, as you mentioned, Owner on the top, but I do, in the middle lane rather. But I do think the 2 key areas for me, Chasey, I just don't think has found an impact. I want to see more from him and the team. Secondarily, Kazi is just simply not matching up to what Guma's doing. So we'll have to find out what Mad Lions do here. The analyst desk is ready to break down that game number 2. A dominant win from T1.
Yes, we are. Thank you so much, Trevor. Indeed, a masterclass. Hi, you guys look great. So this is fine. A masterclass coming out of T1. And as we take a look at the draft, I'd like to present a twofold question to my analysts, maybe to Azil first. So first up, what do you think about Mad's idea being, we'll try and get that same pressure on, knowing that they'll have more ideas to counter it. And what do you think about T1's responses, and which ones of those do you think were most effective?
I mean, definitely what T1 did obviously ended up being most effective. I don't hate running it back for Mad, because it's such an incredible early game, right, in the previous game. If they can create that sort of an advantage, I think they would feel confident that they would be able to close it out, right? So that is really what they're trying to do. But I just love the flex picks that are coming through for T1. I think moving the Karma up towards top is just so smart. It's such a good neutralizing pick that is going to have more value than the Kennen in a lot of these team fights, because the Mantra shields are going to be so powerful in those situations. And we saw even there was multiple times where Matt is trying to actually catch him out, but it's a tank Karma. He's not really going to get burst down.
Yeah, I thought this was really smart, saving the Cassante, knowing that they could flex it. And then additionally, the big thing that we've talked about, or maybe we haven't talked about as much, but Aphelios is still going over to Guma. They're playing around him. The Karma pick goes into that as well, because he's going to have shields and heals from Karma and Lulu, so he remains untouched throughout. And this is his most played champion in his career. He has a 70% win rate on it, I believe. So it's something he's super comfortable with, the team is super comfortable with, and even when they're making these flexes, they're doing it with him in mind.
Yeah, they made all the right adaptations, and when you looked at the game, it's almost like, you know when you have a favorite restaurant and then new owners take it over, and it's like, it's okay, but it's not exactly as good as it was? I feel like when I was watching this early game from Mad, that is what I saw, because you see the same ideas, the same reflexes, but it just doesn't work out.
Sorry, I want to credit you for an amazing setup for this play here, right? Because you're looking at it, you're like, okay, this is exactly what Mad want to do. They want to destabilize. They still want to be reaching for these plays, but guess who comes out on top? T1 is already there. I believe there was another play bot side where they were already kind of owning Mad there as well. And this is something where, like you said, like, we want to do this, but it's just not as good this time around because of T1 adjustment.
Got food poisoning.
Oh, no.
I mean, it just feels like T1 is basically making the read that Matt are just going to try to play crazy, so we're just going to play defensive. Owner's going to hover lanes. He's going to be ready to respond, and we're going to draft 4 Protect 1 with Aphelios for our bot laner, right? They're drafting these super tanky comps. They're grouping 5 almost the entire game, and so I think Mad really needs to kind of buck that trend.
Yeah, you see for the side of T1 that every player knows exactly the role that they are supposed to play in this adapted scenario. And Emily, you look specifically at the forward percentage Gumayushi edition.
So these stats are going to tell such an insane story here, right? Game 1, we have forward percentage 16.6, 29.9 and 29.5.
When you're dead in the fountain, you're not very forward. That's the thing from game one.
Generally. Yeah. When they're constantly diving you under turret.
What's the fountain percentage?
You have to back with with little CS. But game 2, obviously, right? They were on that turret the entire time. This is a lot more stock standard in terms of what we typically see from T1. They want to get that bot lane tower super early, and they want to have the push.
Yeah, you were saying even that in terms of a lot of picks from Keria or in general or the Kalista or whatnot, it's all about can we push faster?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. They want to create that pressure. They want to be farming plates, put pressure on the enemy jungle to come and respond. And this was one where, you know, at this point in the game, it just started feeling like Mad was really getting antsy, and they were starting to overforce on these plays. They're starting to feel like the game is falling away from them, because they had Owner on vision when they're looking for that engage. They know Owner has ult. They know that he's there, but they're trying to force it anyway. And you can't have those kind of desperate plays against T1, those plays that aren't really properly set up, because T1, as I said, in this game, we're just ready to answer everything. Owner's job was very clearly hover the lanes, protect them, and win in these 2v2s, win in these 3v3s.
Yeah, I love that you keep talking, but the camera is on FLICKR right now, which is really important. But we've got, yay,
the return.
Double Lulu.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So we got like 2, yes, we want to see you also, Emily, I think.
Oh, okay.
We got this one, then we have the Rel, and I wanted to put like, it's like a question mark, probably?
Maybe like cross that
Yeah,
off the
okay,
list.
yeah.
Maybe
it'll
a
be
sad face, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so, I mean, maybe we use this to look at adaptations that Mad can make. What is it going to have to be, and where does it start in the support pool?
Honestly, I think Hilly needs to keep playing engage. I think that is just his style. That is where he really excels. I mean, maybe not the Rel. Rakan is getting banned out, but I don't mind him playing that hard engage. What I would actually like to see, if Mad are going to allow them to pick Aphelios and stuff anyway, I actually want to see Chasey playing something that can play side lanes. Look towards something like a Gwen. Look towards something like a Fiora. Play side lanes, because, as I said, T1 are playing 4 Protect 1. Both these games, they're playing double frontline. They're playing enchanters. They're playing all for 5v5, grouping up the whole game. And if you take something like a tank Karma and you force him to actually answer a side lane Gwen the whole game, Gwen can get to a point where you can actually take over the game.
Okay, I like that. A clean directive for Mad, and they're going to need a lot of it. They are the reverse sweep kings back.
They did it against
There you
BDS.
go.
BDS,
Yeah,
T1.
BDS,
What's
T1,
the difference?
same difference. But anyways, it's T1 that take game 2 in dominating fashion. They're only 1 win away from an LCK Spring Finals rematch with Genji. We'll be right back with game 3.
Against the Mad Lions. And as I say that, the gift is given that Owner concedes 5th blood to Mad. No flash for Niski. The sapling toss will go forward. That's a flash, Bramble toss, smash! Owner gets one back, all out under the tower. The third proc in the queue, flashed away from underneath the tower and flashed. 1-for-1 the mid lane.
Oh, you didn't meta flash.
But where is Guma? So far untouched, so far undamaged, so far unkillable.
You have to do a little dance now.
Yeah, the only problem is I think they're recording it. So it's like,
yeah, that's
we'll wait for the next ult where we can do it in unison, right? Right now.
What? No, I don't want to dance. Don't rope me into this.
Get it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Welcome back to the Caster Desk. I hope that intro was just as jarring as that little bit of flute music right at the end of the advert.
I love flute music.
Myself, Kobe, and Chronicle here for potentially the last game of the day. Mad Lions started off fantastically in game 1 and fumbled it. Then got dumpstered in game 2. And it's up to them once again to figure out what are they going to do to keep their chances alive in the upper bracket. They picked blue side once again. Kobe, I don't know what Mad have to do to change, but they've shown they can get early leads. They've shown they can get a couple of advantages, but I do think that Aphelios they have to find an answer to Aphelios. Either ban it or pick it early.
Yeah, everybody's going to be looking directly at that. Everyone's going to have those memes where you're trying to figure out the last letter of banning Aphelios.
Yes.
Because Guma has destroyed them on it. But I don't think that is even close to the end of the adjustments that you have to make.
No, that's scary.
Exactly. So one of the biggest thing, we are always going to go back to this game number 1 where Mad Lions did so many positive things in bottom lane and in mid lane, where they had Hylissang making these surprise plays with his Pyke, with a hook champion, to try and create action for themselves, create their own openings. And then Niski and Elyoya winning the 2v2 mid with the outplay as well. Those two things, those are the sparks of what gave hope to Mad Lions overcoming T1 here in this series, and they're going to have to recreate that somehow.
Look, if I'm just looking at play cameras, I think specifically Haley down at the bottom, those are some stern, serious faces. And Chronicler, I mean, obviously the chips are stacked heavily against Mad Lions. Yet something you were saying to me during the break. Do you know, Carrier could just cook. Just let him cook. Carrier could pull something crazy out, then we go to game 4. I really hope that happens personally, but I don't expect it.
No, T1 have gotten a little better about that. What I specifically for draft want to see, I think we should let go of the cannon. I think the cannon
Yes.
B1 is such an important direction for your draft. There's a lot of different ways that you can use that for. Maybe you can free up some of the bans that you've been going for. I think the Lucians should stay banned, but something like the Jace, maybe you take a gamble there, let that up, and pick something else, because the Cannon, even when they were as far ahead as they weren't able to actually get anything going with it. And T1 have also shown that they're very happy to just pick something to neutralize it, be it the K'Sante or be it the Karma, and then it doesn't really get anything done.
And then flexing that K'Sante as well, like just such a good move here from T1. I think in particular as well, banning away the Gragas has been huge. I think Niski really got to flex on that champion significantly throughout the LEC playoff run, especially on their run towards finals. Hylissang, man, that got Pyke in game 1, was banned in game 2. I will say just that one of the answers to the Aphelios question is, I don't think picking away is the best. I'm not super in love with Kazi's Aphelios personally, so if it is banned, Lucian, Nidalee, Jace have been the 3 blue side bans that Mad Lions have gone with so far. Either Nidalee or Jace, in my opinion, have to be let through, because I don't think you can let Lucian. I don't think you should let Lucian through the draft
that
at
one's
all.
non-negotiable.
Yeah, that one has to be stay on the draft.
And especially since T1 have been focusing on this very 5-on-5 oriented, protect Guma, front to back, team fighting focus. Let some other things through so that maybe they do switch up their strategy and you can have a different plan of attack.
London, whether or not you're supporting for T1 or Mad Lions, make sure you bring the noise here. Copperbox has been great. The energy has been amazing in the crowd. And we're just waiting for picks and bans to start. I see all the players sitting in the lobby. I'll give you an update as soon as we have it. But with draft moments away, T1 on the verge of not only winning the series, but then earning themselves a rematch against Gen G. It also will send Mad Lions to the lower bracket where they'll face off against Gen G. So while we didn't face off against G2, sorry. While we didn't see Mad versus G2 in the finals of our spring splits in the IC format, there's a potential of those interesting rematches of the respective regional finals here as we look at the head to the brackets.
Particularly, I think Gen G T1, even though even in the LCK we joke about how we see this every single time. There was a little bit of dumb one / D+. They stuck around for a little bit, but besides that, it's been mostly those 2 teams. But specifically with how the bracket played out, I think that rematch, a third best of 5 between those 2 teams, is something that I think even if you're not an LCK fan, you're going to be excited for.
Yeah, and T1 have been
there it is.
Very, very good at making finals. They were in the finals of MSI last year, and they want to get to another one. That's the first step for them. Aphelios is banned away, so everybody quite happy with at least step 1 change. And step 2 was throwing the Kennen out of the window and going with another first pick. Also very happy with this one. K'Sante obviously flexible to Niski as well as JC.
Really, really like the different direction here from Mad. As you were saying, at the start of game 2, we didn't know if it was a salty run back. Turned out to be one, so you have to swap things out. And T1, with the Aphelios taken away, will say, okay, we can just play Jinx. This is something that they did throughout the entirety of last year's spring as well.
Can I ask you a quick question here? Do you want to know what Kazi's damage per minute is on Jinx across the 7 games he's played? I'll give you the number. It is 888. Do you want to know what Guma's pays? What? No, hold on. Oh, excuse me, ignore me. Moving on. I got my wrong series. Looking for a minute number.
We've got
pivot.
A glitch in the quick stats, which were, by the way, stats that I had gotten. Ezreal is locked in for Carzzy here, though. This is another switch up, and this is a champion that allows Hilly to really play whatever he wants. Ezreal, super versatile for Carzzy here. For Carzzy, it has basically been the Ezreal or the Xayah for super defensive, or the Jinx, which has been taken away already by Guma. And so it just gives them a lot of options. They could go double poke down there. They could go roamer for him to try and make a difference elsewhere. But when you see the Jinx locked in there for Gumayushi, you know he's looking for those resets, and FLICKR Ahri will complement it. The pick possibilities here.
And listen to London, as soon as that Ahri was locked in, everyone very excited for FLICKR to be playing on one of those super influential champions. Definitely not your traditional kind of like Assassin, plays a little more of that supportive role in that mid lane. But Ahri has risen in priority throughout the course of MSI, one of the most important mid laners. And once again, the support picks of Pyke as well as Lulu Bandaway.
And I think that T1 also identified, to me, the biggest difference maker, even though the bot lane went as well as it did, in game number 1 from Mad, and a lot snowballed from that, was how much impact Aoya was able to have. Due to the early 2v2 in mid-jungle going the way of Mad, they were able to continuously have prio, keep map control, and really pummel both side lanes from T1. And with this Ahri and Maokai combination, I think there is so much setup around these skirmishes, which is where I think Mad have kind of struggled the most.
And if you have Owner on the Maokai again, as we assume it is going to be, then the Twisted Advance into Charm, pressure on Nisqy.
Oh, yeah.
If Nisqy's going to be the one taking the Annie and they don't swap it down to bottom lane instead, is going to put a lot of kill pressure on that possible lane too to help out with all these options for T1. So T1 really diversifying compared to the first 2 games here with that Ahri pick.
I was kind of waiting for a fresh ban. Of course, we don't know yet what Zay is going to pick, but Jinx and Fresh is something that Guma and Keria have used to a disgusting level of power in the LCK.
And of course, those final 2 bans, by the way, interested to see the Cannon band away. Maybe expecting him to come back in. Nisqy actually has 0 games played on K'Sante mid ever. It's not going to be the Thresh instead of the Tahm Kench that we were talking about. And Jace was the final ban there from the Mad Lions. So TK now locked in. We're waiting to see what that final pick will be in the jungle for Ona. And Mad Lions have to round up the composition, Kobe.
I'm super excited for the Keria Tahm Kench because he has played it in multiple Champions Queue games in the last few days here. So he's definitely tip-top shape on that one. It is going to be Lee Sin again here for Mad Lions.
Are there any shenanigans that the Professor can pull out? Perhaps. Nisqy's Annie left somewhat to be desired. I think in general, LEC Annies in mid leave something to be desired. And if this Swain is locked in, there is technically still a chance it can flex mid and bottom. But of course, will instead be the pivot. So Nisqy busts out his Twisted Fate. It is his 4th most played champion. 72% win rate. And that will mean Annie going bot, K'Sante top. And what will the answer here be from Owner?
Well, I think Owner is probably going to take the Maokai in his hands. So looks like Zeus might be on frontline duty again. They're going to go triple frontline. No Enchanter. First game here for no Enchanter for T1 for the extra boost onto Guma for the extra carrying power. But Jinx, if you just get the first kill anyway, then you get excited. And that's going to be the goal. I do like the switch from Mad Lions, though, to have Nisqy on his Twisted Fate. This is also a champion where he was famous for when he was playing in North America, ganking towards bottom lane. Maybe they can put some more pressure on Keria, Guma, Yushi. They do have the Tahm Kench to avoid one of them, but there are so many repeat stunts here and possibilities.
Man, this has just been, I'm off balance, this pick and ban. So we'll refocus up for the game. The one thing I do like about Twisted Fate, and the one thing that I'm having for some hopium, do you know all that zone control, all that crowd control, the difficulty to get into Yuma? Do you know how you get around that? Just Destiny behind him. You get full vision, you avoid all of that CC.
That is true, but if you throw a gold card, Devourer is still up, and the rest of your team is looking at Maokai, Ahri,
And Cyan might still run into some troubles, Quick Shot.
What I'm most excited for is mid-jungle 2v2s, though. The opening of this game, because each of these mid laners has set up complementary to their junglers here. So Twisted Fate plus Lee Sin, you can as well go on the attack from Mad Lions. Again, the recipe for success for them in the beginning of game number 1 was winning the mid-jungle 2v2 initially, and then as well, Hilly making some plays on bottom.
Let's find out what happens. London, I have a question for you. Do you think Mad Lions will bring this to game 4? It's a bit more volume than I was expecting. And who here thinks that T1 will close this series out right now? That's what I was hoping for, a little bit more volume here. I'm trying to lean into the local support, whether or not that 6th man can help Mad Lions out. Another game where the Mad Lions group up early, get both game 1 and game 2. They kind of pushed as 5. In game 2, they were able to find that first blood onto Ono. This time around, no target available for them. And I think we need to keep a close eye on how Kazi and Hylissang handle and deal with Guma and Keria. If Hilly is able to be unlocked, able to roam with that Annie, maybe combo with TF potentially. Maybe there's some of those tools as all of a sudden it's T1 that grouped up, looking for a little bit of a late invade here.
Yeah. Niski's in a little bit of danger.
Gold Cup primed, Tongue Lash connects, rockets being fired, Flash traded for the Ignite, and underneath the tower, Niski loses more than half of his hit points.
Oh, the mid-jungle 2v2 that I was so excited for just got really, really difficult for Niski and Elyoya. No flash on the Twisted Blade, plus Elyoya's getting zoned out of his own jungle.
Oh, gets knocked backwards. Decimating Smash will force the flash as well. Niski and Elyoya. If that 2v2 was hard already, now it is near impossible. That's a lick onto Kazi. A rocket fired from Guma. Hilly and Kazi stepping back. They will get into lane, but both mid, jungle for Mad Lions have lost their flashes.
And this Cyan strategy is something that T1 challengers actually pulled out as well, using the Cyan early on as a pressure point to generate an advantage for your jungler and making sure that Owner gets the early lead here.
Yeah, Zeus went in level 1 and warded the blue buff Gromp area, and then immediately recalled and walked all the way down mid lane to join T1 with the rest of their invade, and now you have 4 people ready and primed to dive bottom.
Oh, sapling toss. Gets the slow onto Kazi. Level 3 for Ona. Decimating smashes, sidestep, cleanse, flash. The shield comes up. Zeus is down. Bakuma's on the board. Got himself the kill. And Zombie Scion chases 2-1 to T1.
It's literally the same strategy and it works just as well as it did there. T1 getting a death on a Cyan. We all know that that one doesn't matter. It teleports back towards the top lane. And an early kill for Gumayushi again.
Yeah, death on Scion, that's good death, actually.
Yes.
They want that because of the DPS of your zombie. Intentional there. You go in, you start off the dive, you get your bottom lane so incredibly far ahead, it is disgusting. I know even in LEC you saw this as well, BDS doing same thing. And
Very similar play. The bigger one for me is not only does the kill go to Yuma, he's also got himself a 2-wave lead already. And he comes back to lane with a double longswords into a cull. So it was already a difficult matchup. And now Jinx is accelerated so quickly at the 3.5 minute mark.
And Ezreal is one of the champions where if you can get a couple of great Qs in the early game, you can actually put the enemy bot laner behind, right? Get them trapped in a cycle of bad recalls, keep the pressure up, particularly if you're playing double ranged into the melee Kench. But with this play, that's not going to happen.
Niski has no flash, remember. FLICKR trying to get him further up in the lane to get Owner some distance there, but not going to be able to tank that wave for too long. Pretty stacked up. It's just so difficult for Mad Lions. The level 1 for T1 was outstanding. It took away the possibilities of the mid-jungle plays from Mad Lions, burning both of their flashes, zoning them out of the jungle, and took over the bottom lane. Like, that's basically all of the early game territory that you want to work with. You don't want to work with the tank matchup on top side. So T1, absolute stuff here, as Owner takes away second spawn of Raptors as well. Obviously, they've got the timer on that one, and he flash twists his advance to avoid the stun from Hilly.
Yeah, I really like this play from Hilly.
Kazi pretty good, stepping forward from the dive, managing to escape. Had he been knocked up, Flame Chomper's down, that would have been a death. So Kazi, this is something we will see a lot. Not only is he got to play defensively, in the 1v2 with Hylissang roaming, Ideally, Mad Lions want Annie to combo up with maybe Twisted Fate in one of the other lanes. Ona, as well as T1, have another plan, however. They've engaged, 3v2 for now. Guma's gonna arrive late to the party. Kazi's already running for his life with that arcane shift. He's ticking, he's burning, he's down. It's another 2 kills to T1 under the tower. And they're not done yet. This minion wave is significant. Aoya's trying to clear it out. Ona takes a turret shot, but he's fighting into a gigantic minion wave. And Aoya's running for his life, trying to sacrifice. I don't know, did he get tagged? Why that cat execute ends up landing, so denies another, but that is a gigantic lead already for T1.
And it starts off okay, right? Because I actually like the play from Hilly to try and apply pressure. Because if you're an Ezreal with Call and Boots and you're going up against Doran's play double longsword Jinx, like you're not getting anything done in that lane. But then, unfortunately, Owner is able to get out fine. And then on the counterplay, as they are able to get the wave, and even though Karst didn't die, did take a decent amount of damage, it sets up the subsequent dive. And even with Aoya and Hilly there, they lose the 3v3, and now this bot lane again out of control.
I absolutely hate Scion level 1s. I mean, it's been used effectively, very, very effectively, but it is so game warping to even have that as an option. T1 just massively wiping Mad Lions early game, you know, off of the map even. And with the repeat plays too, really good repeat plays kept up by T1. The revisit from Owner, continuing to play off the side of the map where they have all this pressure. They do, of course, sacrifice Zeus, and might have to sacrifice him again.
We're going to find out, but at what cost, right? Because while there's a 2v1 in the top lane, down in the bottom lane, this is turning into a 3v3. Destiny, Gate, gold card connects. Kazi's chasing Guma. He's got himself a bounty already. Niski needs a couple more autos. Guma escapes to the 100 HP. Kazi's focusing on Carrier. In the top lane, Zeus has managed to trade one back. Down in the bottom lane, though, Kazi and the rest of Mad are running for their lives. Niski's so incredibly low. FLICKR arriving. Spirit Rush is available. Spirit Rush, Foxfire, Orb, Deception of Mad Lions get dominated.
FLICKR has arrived. Flash ulti into them, hits the charm under tower as well. T1 unstoppable here. Yeah, Zeus.
Wow, okay. Shift's kiss, that was beautiful.
Oh, no. They're not done, Trevor.
They're not, they are, Mad Lions, sorry, correction. Mad Lions are done. Chronicler, that was beautiful from T1.
Okay, I want to propose a deal to you guys.
Okay, what's that?
You get a Fed Cassante.
Okay.
I get a Jinx with 3 kills, an Ahri with 2 kills, and a Maokai that's monster fed.
I mean,
what do you say?
It's already been accepted.
Yes.
No, man.
Well,
love to hear that.
It's definitely not the deal that I would have wanted to take, but look at that scoreboard. 206, 202, 302. Not only is there gold leads everywhere, it's concentrated, Kobe, in all the players you want. And even Scion, who was dove 2v1, still managed to pick up that kill and is on the same gold as Chasey. So that deal that you made, you lied, and the terms have not paid out.
Well, he's up in CS.
Elisang forced a flash, and Nature's Grasp flies out. He's charmed, he's caught, he's taken down. 10 kills for T1 at 8 minutes, and London is turning into a library as T1 have arrived and they've started their campaign at MSI in phenomenal fashion.
All right, FLICKR gonna come and try and chase Niski off the turret plate. Turret plate acquired. There you go, Trevor. 4 Mad Lions.
Glass half full. I like it, Kobe.
170 gold.
Even London's like, bruh, too much. Because there's 3 plates secured for Guma in the bottom lane. 25 CS up. The Dragon is being secured here. And for Mad Lions, they are in so much threat. Carrier roaming. Another charm connects. Niski gets a shield, and it's Guma sniping from downtown. Super mega death rocket, sending Niski back to the fountain. That gold lead accelerating even further. And it looked like that Rift Herald as well. While it was picked up by Aoya, this bottom tower is under threat. Power being used to do so much work here for Gumayushi. What's that? 2,000 gold lead in the bottom lane alone at 9 minutes. And now Carrier, do you know, I reckon they could even dive again if they wanted to.
And absolutely, like at this point, T1 can do whatever they want on the map.
Well, right now, T1 are going to be defending this top lane. Rift Herald was dropped. Shelly's going to get that charge in just a moment, at least moving the plates gold over to Chasey. He's pulled backwards. I'm keeping an eye on the mini-map. Mid lane is pushed in. Niski's got that Destiny available. And the only way that I see Mad Lions being able to claw back this deficit Twisted Fate plays need to be consistently and consecutively successful. For Mad Lions, this game is already nearly untenable. It is a jinx that's approaching Mythic, like 10, 12 minutes in. And I think if, yes, some of those shutdowns can come in, that's a 500 gold shutdown, which is huge at this stage. Zayo's running away from his life. Unstoppable force will be enough to get him out for now, and Hilly and Chasey cannot find that kill.
Yeah, Mad Lions continually trying to throw as much as they can up towards top side. They use the Rift Herald up there. They got the extra turret plates. Chasey does have his lead, but Owner actually walks over into him.
He does indeed. Destiny into the gate, the gold card, the decimating smash. Nature's Grass, Ponga lined up, Mad Lions avoided, but look, they cannot get onto Owner. Now, where is Faker? Sonic Wave connects from Alyoya. Dragon's Rage is still up for him. Hilly's the next target. No mana, no flash, no chance. Tower has fallen in the bottom lane. T1, they continue to apply pressure. Charm comes out, wait just yet. Kick back forward under the tower. No, chase forward. The Lee Syndrome sends Alyoya to the fountain. And Niski takes so much damage from that Orb of Deception. Keria is cutting off the retreat. Hilly and Niski, 2 targets as the teleport now being channeled. Chase is coming in with that Frozen Fist, and T1, they fancy not enough just yet, backing out for now. But again, they are the ones that are dictating the pace of this game.
Even when they get the angle onto Faker, kicking him under tower, Owner is there on the Maokai, cues him, interrupts the Lee Sin, sends him back to the fountain, and T1, not only do they get that kill, but they're able to reset here, push out on mid lane as well, with 3 members looking for Chasey, no ultimate on the Cassante.
Well, let's see what happens here. Devoured and spat back out, rooted into place, knocked backwards, and that, honestly, it's just beautiful. It's just great to watch. Kraken Slayer, 6 kills, gigantic lead, and Guma is already at like late game jinx status.
Yeah, all that the carry has to do there is Faker.
All right, let's find out what happens. Yeah, Charm is sidestepped. Gold card connects. Faker just about taken down. It's the moral victory for the Mad Lions.
It is a shutdown there for Carzzy, so Ezreal gets some money back into it, but the whole time Guma's just eating up here on these turret plates. The Cassante was
almost 3k gold. So Guma got all 5 plates in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
About to get, what, 3, 4 plates in the top lane. I don't know how many individually he's collected, right? I'd love to know if our observers or stats team could maybe give us some info on that one, because Guma is just flying ahead. Multiple members of Mad Lions trying to get him. Now that is a big shutdown, 650 gold. The 4,500 lead that they have, that will be helpful for Mad Lions, but they really need to try to catch him unawares, and right now that hasn't been the case.
What I think is really hard for Mad is like picks like they got there on Faker, that's what they need to do, right? As you were pointing out, you need to try and leverage the TF and the value that it provides to make these plays around the map. But T1 have either been shoving in and having full control of the map, having full control of vision, and thus being very acutely aware of where Mad is. But also, if it is ever anything less than like a 4 versus 1, whoever is in there could probably stall until the rest of T1 arrive.
Yeah, with the setups for team comps in this game, Mad Lions have to play the map. The T1 have such a big advantage in those 5-on-5, so the dragon that's about to come up, I should see it sacrificed by Mad Lions.
Mega Death Rocket this time, not going to be able to work it out. But Guma's got a couple more plates in front of him, swaps over to Pow Pow. Hillisang looking for the stun, connects it onto Faker. Gold card after the second Spirit Rush. Sonic Wave has connected. Dragon's Ridge not able just yet. And under the tower, Faker still gets one back. But any gold for Mad Lions is good gold. Chasey, while he's being chased by Ona, don't think it will matter. Guma just, by the way, taking another tower. That's the guy you've got to kill, Mad Lions. Yes, killing Faker looks and feels good. But that 700 gold bounty is the one they have to find a way to unlock.
And the thing is, they kind of had to go top lane, so it's like whoever's there is who we have to go for, because we can't fight this dragon. We can't fight the 5-on-5, so we have to go for those picks, extend the map, try and play as much range as we possibly can. That's why T1, keeping Guma in mid lane. He's safe. They get their tower there. They know it. The money's rolling in. The dragon's rolling in as well.
And even with that, right? Even with Faker missing a charm, they still trade 1 for 1. So what you end up getting just isn't enough, but Mad is in such a tough position because if you do actually try to fight with the disadvantage that you're in, like, it's just not going to work. So all you can do is try to find picks. When you find the picks, they don't really work out because of how far behind you are, but you got to try.
Listen, There's 4 out of 4 players are even in gold. Unfortunately, the 4,000 gold lead is all in Gumayushi's back pocket. There's more than an Infinity Edge. And that is exactly where T1 wanted it. I will say, by the way, I just want to give huge props here to Guma and Carrier, because throughout the series, Guma's stats were 18 kills, 7 deaths, and 15 assists combined for game 1 and 2. And he's already at 602. But Carrier, 1, 2, and 37 for the 2 previous games. Add 8 additional assists, 45 damn assists in 3 games. It is fantastic performance from the bottom lane, which has been the tip of the spear, which the comps have been built around, and they are the players that are unlocking these wins for T1.
Exactly. The comps and the level 1, I put so much emphasis on the advantage that T1 gains. T1 gains so much with that invade, completely splitting the map, and having the repeat dive ganks from not only Owner, but as well FLICKR going down there. They just hand-fed Gumayushi this game.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you know, you've already pulled that one meme out, the deal, you know, you get, I get. The other one I'm thinking is that Scion. It all started with that damned Scion. Another tower falls. The engage from Owner onto Niski, and the Mega Death Rocket won't connect this time, but I don't think that matters. Guma turns to Fishbones and picks up his lucky number 7. Carrier goes forward with a dive, forced to flash defensively. True Shot Barrage has been fired and Hilly is being shot down. FLICKR goes over the wall. The charm won't find it. 16 minutes and the base has been broken open. LCK's top seeds have destroyed LEC's top seeds. And how much more can they get? Kazi is going low. He's taken out. Mad Lions cannot defend their base. At 16.5 minutes, the Nexus turrets are being destroyed. The Nexus could be focused. It's up to Chasey to defend it. Have T1 seriously won a game in 17 minutes? I have never seen a more dominant win from a second seed taking down LEC's number 1 in 17 minutes. T1 embarrassed Mad Lions.
Guma God. Holy.
London, put your hands together for T1.
And as Emily was saying at the top of the day, this T1, when they can get a lead, when they can find early angles, they won't rest, they won't sit. Carrier's Kench, I'm glad you pointed it out, was everywhere. He was in top ganking people, he was in mid ganking people, and all the while Guma was reaping the fruits that the rest of his team is getting ready for him. And what do you do after a game like that?
T1, hats off to the planning and staying focused on the game plan in this one. From the level 1, warding up on top side, walking the Scion down, splitting the entire map, going with the Scion dive, going with the repeat focus there. You take away any options that Mad Lions had to even play in the early stages. No flashes mid-jungle, bottom lane is completely nullified, so then they have to expend all resources towards top side and get the 33 gold lead.
Beautiful, beautiful game. And I will say with confidence, and I hope LoL Esports stats validate this for me, that was the quickest international win ever at 16 minutes and 56 seconds. This is unvalidated from stats, but I got a pretty good feeling about it. What a win. Jinx, Gumayushi, sorry, let me correct, I got his name wrong. Guma God, 10-0-3. I mean, he was a turret killing machine, he wasn't even playing Tristana.
And this is what I think a really big leap as well. Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do?
What are you supposed to do? Exactly.
Because one of, I think, the biggest criticisms that was levied towards T1 was that they love playing aggressive, they love playing towards top side, but with Guma's performance, more people were like, why don't we try playing around him? T1 realized it themselves very clearly, because in these 3 games, it was all about how they played around him, and man, did he deliver.
Bottom lane is a bit powerful at the moment.
Yeah. Thanks, Freak. No, that's not fair. That's not fair at all. I also think, look, while the champions are incredibly impactful, as we've seen throughout the meta, the way in which T1 set that up was great. You know, that damned Scion, I know we have mentioned it just like 10 minutes ago, but I think just such a great performance. Look at how that accelerated ahead. I mean, Guma and Carrier, they were the players that T1 invested into. They were played around, and every single member of T1 delivered.
Really, really impressive stuff from them in their first best of 5 here this year at MSI. Let's see what's to come in the rematch versus Gen.G. I feel like those best of 5s always deliver, Chronicler.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm hoping that after this, everyone is as enthusiastic as I am about the prospect of those two teams facing off, because with early games like that, gotta imagine everyone else is going to be feeling somewhat frightened. And what I really want to take away here as well is, again, as we saw on their owner, being able to get so much done on the Maokai, particularly in game number 2, facilitating the rest of his team in a way that I think is so pivotal for actually allowing T1 to play these aggressive early games.
For sure, taking over jungle, repeat steal on Raptors number 2, dive bottom.
I have an official correction. The Lolly Sports stat team have just schooled me. That is the second fastest international game ever. There was one game quicker, and it was T1 beating IG. Both records held by T1 against 2 respectable opponents. And thank you for that correction, stats team.
As soon as you said that, I knew I was about to ask, is the other holder T1 themselves?
16:01 is the previous record, T1 IG at MSI 2019. 16:56, T1 Mad Lions. What a ridiculous record amongst absolutely everything else. I mean, just fantastic play. So not only do we now have the rematch of the LCK finals in the upper bracket, G2 will play Mad Lions. So it was a spring Suze matchup that started the finals weekend. Wasn't our finalists. You know, G2 were ultimately the 4th seed from spring. So now we know one of those teams will be eliminated. And pretty much kind of as expected, once we saw the draw, the matches did play out. I want to take nothing away from T1. It was a fantastic performance. You can see the players, they'll be getting set up on the stage in just a moment. But terrifying prospect, at least on the bright side. One of these teams will be dropped to the lower bracket too. So let's see which one it'll be.
They can't both win.
No, they can't. I mean, it could be at the end of finals, depending if they take down, you know, the other half. So,
yeah, could get scary here. Honestly, though, yeah, T1, very impressive performance.
Very impressive. I've just heard as well, the interview is ready, gentlemen. Thank you so much. We're going to head on stage for the star of today. Guma God, standing by in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, guys. Gumayoshi, 안녕하세요. Thank you so much for joining me today. An amazing performance and dominance from T1. Could you please describe this series in one word for me?
오늘 정말 눈부신 활약과 압도적인 승리를 가져오셨습니다. 정말 축하드리는데요. 이번 경기 한 마디, 한 단어로 표현하자면 뭐라고 하고 싶으신가요?
So funny.
Yeah. Stomp, indeed. That makes a lot of sense. I want to talk about the approach you had in the last game with the double jungle, with Sion coming to bot lane. Why did you choose to go for this kind of play in the early game?
그렇다면 마지막 세트에 나왔던 약간 더블 정글 전략에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 사이언도 일찍이 좀 정글링을 하면서 오히려 빨리 바텀 다이브하는 전략을 가져왔는데요. 이런 식으로 준비해 오신 이유는 무엇인가요?
이미 그 전략이 대회에서 한번 나온 적이 있는 걸로 아는데 그게 바텀 구도를 망가뜨리기 좋은 전략인 것 같아서 저희도 사용한 것 같습니다.
I'm pretty sure that approach or that strategy is already shown in other competitive match. So we knew that this is the perfect strategy to actually break the existing matchup of the bottom lane. So we wanted to give it a go too.
Yeah, definitely something we've seen in the LEC as well. It makes sense given Mad Lions' agency in the early game. For the previous games, Aphelios was maybe the biggest topic on social media today. And we know that LCK Aphelios hits always different. Tell the world why you're such a good Aphelios player and why you stand above everyone else.
오늘 사실 경기를 보면서 가장 큰 화제가 되었던 토픽은 바로 아펠리오스였습니다. 모두가 정말 LCK 아펠리오스는 뭔가 다르다, 너무 잘 친다 이런 반응이 많았는데 그렇다면 왜 구마요시 선수가 세계 최고 아펠리오스인지 한번 말씀해 주시죠.
좀 두뇌전이 빠른 편이라서 그 무기 바꿔서 때리는 걸 잘하는 것 같고 원래 세계 최고 아펠이라고 생각했었는데 스킨의 주인이 생겨버려가지고 나중에 스킨을 만들면 그때 당당하게 말하겠습니다.
So I want to say my brain kind of works really fast, so I always calculate which armor it works the best, which weapon works the best. I always keep that in mind and always switch up really fast. And also I always had this confidence that I'm actually the best Aphelios in the world, and then someone made a skin for Aphelios, so I'm gonna wait until I can make my own Aphelios skin and reclaim that I am the best Aphelios in the world.
Later this year, hopefully. I know that in an interview recently you said that you wanted to have a rematch against FaZe and you're going to play Genji in your next match. We know how finals went in the LCK. Tell me why it will be different this time around and how much stronger T1 is since the last time you faced them.
구마요시 선수가 인터뷰에서 페이즈 선수와 MSI에서 만나보고 싶다라고 밝힌 바가 있는데요. 저희가 모두 LCK 결승에서 어떤 결과가 있었는지 알고 있지만 이번 리매치는 어떤 게 다를지, 어떤 점을 증명할지 한번 말씀해 주세요.
일단은 결승전 지고 나서 한 번도 젠지에 대한 복수를 잊은 적이 없고요. 분노로 가득 차 있고요. 그리고 페이즈 선수가 되게 어린데도 공격적으로 한타에서 딜각을 잘 잡는다고 생각을 해서 그리고 젠지가 한타를 잘한다고 생각을 하고요. 그래서 그거랑 좀 비슷하게 조합을 맞춰가지고 누가 딜을 더 잘 넣나 그런 걸 겨뤄볼 것 같습니다.
So ever since we lost the finals, I have never forgotten about the finals, about my eager to get my revenge. My body right now is full of anger, you know? And every time I think about them, I just want to beat them. I just want to repay them with a win. And I think FaZe is really young, but he knows how to create his own angle in team fights and do damage. And Genji in general, they're so good at team fights. So I think T1 this time will match with their play style and put everything we've got.
Definitely a matchup to look forward to. Last question for you, Gumayoshi. So many people cheering for you today, so many fans internationally cheering for T1 in general. Is there anything you can say in English for your international fans today?
마지막으로 여기 현장에서도 정말 많은 팬분들이 T1과 구마요시 선수에 대한 응원을 보내주셨고 정말 국제적으로 많은 분들이 언제나 큰 응원을 보내주고 계신데 영어로 한마디 말씀 부탁드려도 될까요?
I love you. Thank you.
And thank you so much. 감사합니다. 화이팅 하세요. Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation. And Shox, back to you in cooldown.
Thank you so much. What a lovely moment overall to top it off. I think Gumayushi makes more international fans every time he plays at an international tournament, not only through the play, but also through the wonderful interview. Welcome everyone to MSI Cooldown. T1 destroyed the Mad Lions with a clean 3-0 sweep. It was looking kind of okay for a little bit, but then the bulldozer came in. It wasn't a truck this time.
Yeah, I mean, I unlike Kobe, enjoy a good Scion swap, you know? This iteration, I believe it was BDS that did it first, right? In a professional game where you're actually diving and allowing the Scion to die. But I thought this was great from T1 for a lot of reasons. Kuma already touched upon it, but you accelerate the Jinx, you split the map. It's so uncomfortable for Mad to play. It's a really good use of that Scion swap here, and you could tell that they prepped for it.
Absolutely, and when you take the draft into consideration as well, it's like who in God's name is going to kill the front line if it's not the Ezreal, right? Yep. And once the Ezreal is put down, there's just no recourse for Mad in this game. There's nothing that they can really battle back with. You know, this game really started off on the wrong foot so quickly for Mad. In the previous games, they got early advantages. When this one went bad early on, you know, the flash force on Niski, then the invade, El Yoyo's force out of his own jungle, then the dive on bot lane, you kind of got that feeling like, oh, this could be a quick one.
Yeah, Mad Lions is a team that sometimes can bounce back, and we've said in the EU region domestically, they can bounce back from situations like this, but I think this is just a different kind of competition that you run up against. And T1, after the early phases of game one, just looked like a completely different team, and to me, quite unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, again, I know Chronicler called me up for saying it. He reiterated it over on the cast. But like, once this T1 team has a lead, they are incredible at snowballing it. Again, they set up to make sure that their bot lane was in a really strong carry position. And they also made it super difficult for Elyoya to interact with his lanes and find out where he was going.
The 1+ player of the series is Gumayushi, which I think is not a big surprise.
I'm so shocked.
What's going on? But I mean, this seems crazy. That game one to start with.
Game one was by far the most impressive. You know, I think if you're just looking at games 2 and 3, you could consider Owner. A lot of the T1 members played really, really well. But game one, the only possible way T1 could have actually come back in that one was a monster performance from Gumayushi, and he delivered. We saw him taking over in the next 2 games as well, making it look easy. This guy was really just on a whole nother planet today.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you heard his confidence on stage, right? Where he's like, I want to prove that I am the best Aphelios player in the world, which is amazing to hear from him. He is the bot laner that T1 chose, right? They were like, this is our guy going forward. We have so much faith in him, and he is absolutely delivering on those promises.
Absolutely, and when you kind of look at his trajectory overall, I feel like together with the whole T1 squad, who we said at the top of the day is on the precipice of taking that big title and winning in those finals, I feel like it goes hand in hand with Gumayusi's development as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I think he really has matured as a player. You know, I think T1 as a whole, there's so many young players on this team, and it feels like they're veterans because we keep seeing them in so many international finals, but they really haven't been around in the scene for that long. You know, it's incredible to see how good they are already, and knowing that, you know, Oner and Zeus and Keria and Guma are all new to the scene relatively and are still improving year after year. Like, this is a team that could truly be, you know, an unstoppable dynasty in these next couple of years.
It's also so cool to see them like grow and mature across not just domestic but international stages. Like, we were talking about Guma, but then you and I were talking about Oner during that game 3 where we're like, you know, he's really evolved as an individual, and you could say that about every single one of these young players who kind of, it's built around FLICKR as like the best player to ever play the game.
Grandpa FLICKR and the Onions.
Yeah, exactly. FLICKR and the Zoomers.
It's cool to see, and I think people will sometimes be like, oh, you talk about Squash, well, yeah, okay, we gotta pick something. We don't have endless time, but I like that you both called it out. It's everyone on that team that are carrying their weight and more so. And I know some people may be bummed and they're like, well, you know, you team's lost, but Gen.G T1 rematch, that is so exciting. And G2 Mad rematch from Winter, someone's gotta win.
Also, if you're an EU fan, you can cheer for the LCS teams to lose so you don't feel as bad.
No. Now I can cheer for them to lose. I'm kidding, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how the G2 Mad one goes. You know, obviously we did see Mad take this rematch in spring, in winter. Sorry, I always get this confused with the new format. And in winter, obviously,
we do too, don't worry.
G2, you know, got the 3-0. They dominated, but Mad looked a lot better, you know, in the next time that they matched up. So I think that's going to be a really interesting one. And we'll have to see, you know, how the teams are confidence-wise and how they're going to be feeling. I also think the LCK Finals rematch, I'm really favoring T1 because I felt like Doran was such an X factor, such a surprise in that series. And to me, that was so much about the Gragas pick. And I think now that that card has kind of been shown, unless Gen.G can really show a different wrinkle, unless they have the confidence to bring out things like Fiora and do different things against Zeus, which I don't think they will, I am really favoring T1. And that's why I just think this team could go very, very far in this tournament.
Yeah, I think they're really hungry for this matchup too. Again, you heard Guma where he's like, every time I think of pace in finals, I feel angry. But
that
this
Showmaker meme about Perkser every
yeah, I see that
so
smug
mad.
mid laner's face. I love this matchup. It's definitely, I know the LCK broadcast is leaning into us too. It's like, you again. But these matchups are always so fun to watch. And I also agree. I think T1 are in a really, really strong position going into this match.
And the hope is that because we're at MSI, because the scrims have been happening, because the learnings from both the domestic finals and what you have here, maybe it will all come into fruition. And that's really my hope for these winter bracket finals. Of course, also for the lower bracket games as we continue, that they level up in skill. And this could be such a good best of 5.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it could be really, really exciting. You know, I think the lower bracket could be really exciting as well because, you know, you want to see the learnings that the LEC teams can take from that, and you want to see a confident performance, even if it is just against the other LEC team, to go into what is potentially, you know, another LPL team or an LCS team or whatever they're going to have to fight there.
I'm glad you brought it up because we had the LCK versus LEC matchups, 2 of them, and now we get 2 LPL versus LCS matchups. Starting tomorrow, it's C9 versus BLG.
Please.
Azael.
Please.
Lay it on us. Give us the hopium.
I mean, I think C9 has a good shot, right? I think, you know, being realistic, I think this could go either way. I'd probably favor BLG maybe like 60-40, but I definitely think C9 has the capability to take them down. I don't think BLG is infallible by any means. Yagao, I do think, you know, makes a lot of mistakes. I don't think he's the most dominant laner. I actually think C9, you know, their biggest opportunity is probably through mid jungle. I think if Blabber and MNS are playing at their best, they are really, really powerful as a duo. They're really aggressive. They take a lot of risks. If that goes bad, it's going to go really bad against them. And I think when you're looking at some of the strengths of BLG, you have to hope that Bin is more the Bin from play-ins than he is from LPL, because Bin was not looking as good. We saw Licorice actually handle him very well, and Fudge obviously had handled Licorice in the LCS. Those transitive properties don't always really work. But I do have confidence that if C9 are playing at their best, this is a series that they can win.
Oh, it's just nice. We haven't seen anything yet. The hopium is still there. Do you agree with the Zale?
I mean, I'm still kind of favoring BLG. I think
said 60-40 BLG.
Yeah, these two teams are super interesting though, because I can also see them both just trying to like slam into each other early and having whoever comes
Hands
out
battle,
ahead.
baby.
Yeah. You mentioned mid jungle. I think it's kind of cool to look at Blabber and MNS, where MNS is the player that you're driving behind, right? Like he is the one where you're looking to get a really good matchup, and he wants to stomp lane. Yeah, and then Yugao, he wants to go to sides more, and then you have Shun on more of a like kind of carry types, or trying to play more of a carry role. So that's a really, really interesting matchup. In addition to obviously Elk had a phenomenal performance in play-ins. He's been someone who like I've watched since he was on WE when he was named Chomung, and it's been really great to see his evolution as a player, because he's almost made it to the international stage several times. So seeing him go up against Berserker is going to be so fun too.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most hyped prospects, seeing Alec and Berserker play at MSI.
Berserker told me he's going to save NA, so we're holding him to
it.
it.
This is true. I was there. Good. Also, shout out to the star of the show today, which is our paper. Wait, never mind.
Oh, yeah.
You want to get it one more time? It's here.
The true star of the show.
Yeah, this was great.
I thought you were going to say Emily, but you're making her hide behind.
Yeah, no, that was the joke, actually. That was actually the joke. People hated it. People hated it, but we don't care.
Oh.
True.
No, they loved it.
You know what is super interesting is that I had forgotten this until now. Carrie has not played Annie. Oh, no, he has. Never mind.
Well, it's in the shared pool.
Wow, I'm an idiot.
Anyway, anything you want to add to this?
Maybe if the paper was bigger, then you would have been able to.
Fine. Okay, one more note. Sorry, guys. We're supposed to say goodnight, but it's early. We don't know where we're going to go for dinner
I don't know
yet.
what to do for this, but this is just a, like, this is one of Carrie's best champions, right?
Can you write Zyra just for lore, so that...
Zyra?
Okay, just write it down.
Where?
She told me to do this. We'll do it off camera. Okay, great. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. We had a lot of fun today. And tomorrow, the LCS and the LPL will enter the stages. Cloud9 will be facing off against Billy Gaming. We'll see you then. Good night. Bye.
Waiting for the cooldowns. He's managed to get the taste of fear. Down to 200. Ayoya goes away. Sonic Wave in. It's a double for the Lions.
Let's go!
And this minion wave is relatively strong. Kobe, I think they're setting up for a dive. They may not even need it. The feathers are available. It's Ayoya that snipes it. Faker's burning. Dredge lighting. Death from below. And Guma's the next target. Feather storm out. Kazi wants to close it out with the help of Ayoya. Somehow, Mad Lions bring it back from the jaws of Teamfight defeat. Faker gets another. Niski uses the Hourglass just to buy some time, but Guma's done it once again. And as I say that, the gift is given that Owner concedes 5th blood to Mad. No flash for Niski. The Sapling Toss will go forward. That's the flash Bramble Toss smash. Owner gets one back, all out under the tower. The third proc in the queue, flashed away from underneath the tower and flashed. 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Oh, you didn't get the flash.
But where is Guma? So far untouched, so far undamaged, so far unkillable.
Okay guys, it's time to redeem ourselves.
Let's get it, boys. Yet another reverse sweep.
Maybe Niski can sort of fake it for once.
Level 3 for Owner. Decimating smashes, sidestep, cleanse, flash. The shield comes up, Zeus is down. And Zombie Scion chases 2-1 to T1. Guma's gonna arrive late to the party. Kazi's already running for his life with that arcane ship. He's ticking, he's burning, he's down. It's another 2 kills to T1 under the tower.
How do you copy, guys?
At 16.5 minutes, the Nexus turrets are being destroyed. The Nexus could be focused. It's up to Chasey to defend it. Have T1 seriously won a game in 17 minutes? I have never seen a more dominant win from a second seed taking down LEC's #1. In 17 minutes, T1 embarrassed Mad Lions.